Morning.
Morning, Tom.
How are you?
Pretty good, you?
Good morning.
Freezing.
It's freezing.
Keep on it! Keep the right up!
A. I believe they're in red. And then we have the South African Development Squad A. These are J16 lads. They were racing yesterday at Wallingford Regatta in the 18 category, probably to get a feel for the course, and did remarkably well for that. But we have two of their crews here, the A and the B crew, following each other down just behind the American School. The American School are in the dark kit with the orange stripe down the side, and they're about to be overhauled by the South African A crew. The South Africans look very strong. We may be seeing them in one of the early rounds. They look very good indeed. So then we expect to see the South African B crew, and followed by Rob Roy, who should be wearing red. Not to be confused with Marlowe, who should also be wearing red. So we'll have two red crews coming down next. And a message here for Louis, just to confirm which of the screens that we can see is actually being transmitted online. I hope to get that information just to be sure what viewers online on YouTube can be seeing, because we can see the start, the middle of the course, and the finish. Maybe you can see all of those in turn. So coming down towards the finish here, the second of the South Africans, followed by, that is Rob Roy. Oh, sorry, that's Marlowe. My mistake, that's Marlowe. This is the, and actually, that's the first of the women's J16 crews. So we've swapped from the boys to the girls division. So the South Africans were the last of the boys to come down, and we've just had Marlowe Rowing Club, who were the first of the girls. Correction, that was Rob Roy who came past in the red kit, followed by Marlowe, also in red kit, but without the stripe down the side. So we have Marlowe coming down, and they're being chased by Brentford, who are making a fist of this. They're doing well. This is the J16 women's doubles. So Marlowe coming into the red boys, as are Brentford, taking the last 25 strokes down towards the finish. And we have the Grange School coming down behind Brentford. So Brentford there in the middle of the course. And I hope you caught that, but it looks like the Tideway Scullers crew behind have caught up with Headington School and probably overtaken them. So that's crew 28, the Tideway Scullers, with Isabel Ogland. And they're unfortunately having a bit of difficulty with the steering and walloping a couple of boys. That will not help their cause. Headington School in the middle of their lane, but being overhauled. And then, yes, that is the Grange School coming down ahead of those two crews. Trafford also have dark green kit. The Grange School are the crew with a very dark kit with a big white stripe on the blades. If you can see them coming past the finish. Scullers with the red and yellow blades, they have never changed their colours in all the time I've been on the river. One of the few clubs to stay so true to their roots. Headington in the light blue coming down, they have been overtaken by the Tideway Scullers A crew. Then we have Trafford, who will be in light green. They've just entered the red boys, and they're definitely trying to take the rating up. So they're coming down, giving it the last few strokes. Because one of the things that people forget when they do a time trial is this really is a race, and you have to race it as if you're alongside someone and make the very best of your speed, because this determines the whole outcome of your day. How you place in this time trial determines how likely you are to even have a chance of winning. So coming down here, we have another Marlowe crew in red, and they have overtaken Headington. So Marlowe B has overtaken Headington B. That's the Marlowe crew with Sophia Phelps stroking, I believe. and Headington School, who has Jessica Jones at stroke. But Marlow flying down, they've made a lot of distance. The name of Phelps, of course, is well known in the rowing circles. A professional waterman for donkey's years until the current generation. So we have Headington School with Jessica Jones coming down, and then we have behind that Clare's Court. Oh no, I'm sorry, that is Hereford. It's Hereford Cathedral School coming down, and I can't see Clare's Court anywhere. That's Bedford Rowing Club behind them, with Kitty Hardy, and we have the last couple. That'll be Dart Totnes over in lane 4. They're the second last crew to come down, and the final one, of course, is the Rowing South Africa Development Squad with Kate Zillan stroking it. So we do have all crews now down. The South African Development Squad just coming down towards the finish. So that is all of the J16 doubles, I believe, in this division. We'll just try and find the next draw. We've had So the next time trial to come down the course should be the single sculls, the J16 single sculls. And the single sculls are definitely on the course now. They're down towards 1,000 meters. And we have James Snell of Falcon Boat Club leading the way. He's coming down in lane 4, and then behind him we have Ethan Taylor and Ethan Nicholson. Ethan Taylor from Great Marlow and Ethan Nicholson from Bradford Grammar. They're coming down now with James Snell, I suggest from here, being overhauled by one of the Ethans. And I think it might be Ethan from Bradford. He's wearing white, he's not wearing red. So, James Snell of Falcon, first crew down, number 70. He's in lane 4. And in lane 6, what looks from here like Ethan Nicholson of Bradford Grammar doing a job on him. Yes, we've just been reminded up at Bradford, the course there is fairly short and fairly windy. They have 600-metre long regatta, and then there's a handbrake stop and turn before a weir gets in the way. So doing 2,000 metres is a long distance when you have 600 metres to train on. But he's doing a really good job. This is Ethan Nicholson coming down, having overtaken 2 other scullers. Well, we'll correct all that. We have the J16 single sculls, and it's Oliver Ross from Falcon who's overtaking Brees from Trenton. So coming down towards the finish now, there's Henry Crisp from Bedford. That's the competitor's number 43. We sorted it out once we saw the numbers on their backs. I'm sorry about the rubbish that we were talking before, but I'm used to that. So 43, we've got Henry Crisp of Bedford just finished. We should be followed then, having a really close race, Alid Davis and Seth Wingfield. So Alid from Barn Elms and Seth from Buell Bridge, side by side as they come into the last 250 metres. Actually, it's Christchurch colours. That is Louis Walker, who's overtaken. He's doing really well. He's sailing past 3 or 4 people. He's really done well. That's crew number 48, overtaking 44. He's done really well. And then coming down next is Nikodem Belchik from Northampton Rowing Club. That's a test for us. He's also overtaken several people. Sculler number 50 coming through. I expect to see him in later rounds in one of the early heats. And then in lane 5, we have Max Vilhauer from Rob Roy, and then Seth Wingfield from Buell Bridge, who has had quite a few people go past him in lane 4. And Finn Tullock from Yarm is coming down. He's doing a really good job. And then with the blue boat and the yellow blades, we have 52. That's Tom Richards from Walbrook. Walbrook, of course, based up at Kingston, with the Royal Canoe Club and Skiff Club on the same Trolock Island. So with the scullers, of course, there's much more, the single sculls rather, there's much more overtaking. So crews are coming down now in any old order, and we think we can now see from Lymington as Alex Breeze. He's sculling down strongly, but he's held his station. He's dropped back a bit from Walbrook, but he's definitely, I think he's had a very lonely journey. There's a country mile behind him and a country mile ahead of him. So I suspect there was a delay at the start, which we couldn't see with the finish results being put over the top of it. So I think he's had to scull down in solitary isolation, which is a real test of the mettle of the sculler. And of course, he's the last. He was the last of the boys' single sculls. We now come on to the girls, the open, and to the women. We're now on to the women's J16 single sculls, expecting to see Hannah Skelton from NCRA of Nottingham County, who should be in green, coming down first. She's in lane 5. So lane 5 has started the way, and then following that we should have Phoebe Leibrandt from Hartbury University. So in lovely green onesie, this is the Nottingham County Rowing Association sculler, Hannah Skelton, coming down the last 250 metres, which you should be able to see online, and she'll be coming to the finish line very, very shortly. She's followed by Lara Till-Orney from Falcon in the dark kit. And I cannot see the sculler from Hartbury. So that is Lara Till-Orney from Falcon, and that's Falcon kit, and a Falcon number, that's 57 coming down. We should have Freya Hall from Barn Elms next. And then there's a huge gap to a bit of a cluster of scullers, which should have Sophia Todd from Maidenhead leading the way. Then Nida Mohammed also from Hartbury. So we'll see if she's turned up, because there are 1 or 2 gaps in these early time trials where people couldn't get out of bed or decided not to do it for whatever reason. So here we have, just coming into the last 250. That's 58. So that is Freya Hall from Barn Elms. And then away back on this side, we have Neda Mohammed of Hartbury, who, if we have the Maidenhead sculler coming, she's been overtaken. Can't see, there's a bit of a gap there, can't see her. So I don't think we had Sophia Todd, but we do have Neda Mohammed from Hartbury coming down in lane 6. And then we have Weybridge Rowing Club with Ava Jones, and hopefully Sandown Shanklin, who, if I remember from last year, were magnificently quick. Rose Collier from Sandown Shanklin, I would expect to see coming down shortly. But the next one in sight is from Avon County Rowing Club, which is Vienna Townsend. So coming past, there's a very long and sedate row there from Hartbury. That is very powerful sculling from Neda Mohammed. I saw her going up to the start, and I had a feeling she might be a powerful girl, the way she was doing low rating sculling. She's kept her station really well there. And then behind her is 61, and that's Ava Jones from Weybridge in the blue, light blue and dark blue colours. And then behind there, this is the Avon County sculler with the black and yellow. And we have found Shanklin. Shanklin in blue has been overtaken by the Avon County, and then Hereford also is just catching up with Shanklin, but both of these scullers have been overtaken by the by the Avon County sculler, who's ahead of them both. So a very close fought battle there, which has probably helped Avon County to have a fast time, but she's done well. We should have City of Oxford next, but you can normally see them with a big white stripe in the middle. Christchurch will be in yellow, I can't see them. So 68, we have Taylor Prinsloo from the Rowing South Africa Development Squad A, and she has 2 other mates coming down with her. That's Taylor Prinsloo with the blue kit with the yellow stripe down the side, coming down through the red boys. Right on the bank and looking to go relatively slowly is a boy, so he's following the race down. And then over in the middle we have number 67 and 66. No, they're both the South Africans. That's 67 and 69, so that's Cleo de Kaiser and Amelia Riccardi fighting it out for the rights to finish the race, the last 2 of the women's J16 single sculls. But then coming down the course are 2 more, so these might be late starters. There's anyone's guess who they might be. This could be this missing sculler from Hartbury. This is Phoebe Librant coming down in lane 4, and following her is the Maidenhead sculler, Sophia Todd. They obviously missed their start slot and they've been allowed to come down later. Whether they get a time or not is another matter. But we have from Hartbury University, Phoebe Librant, and then from Maidenhead, the last sculler coming down in the women's J16 single sculls from Maidenhead. Yeah, that's Sophia Todd. Well, the good news is there's a change in the division, so we're waiting for the J15 single sculls. First of all, the opens, then the women's. And just to remind coaches and crews and parents, there are plenty of grants available, and the trustees are keen to improve the racing opportunities and technical coaching that young scullers get. From 2026 on, the grants are divided in two categories. We've got project grants and coach development. So it is worth people going onto the website for the Scullery to have a look to see what grants they can get to fund the vice of rowing in their area. They have project grants which are for organisations running projects or events, so that'll help you get events up and running for junior sculling in the UK. In most years they've got 5 grants of £1,000 each, and larger grants can be made for exceptional projects. And then of course coach development award are available as well, and these are not always taken up. So the Scullery will consider funding coach training courses, so level 2 or the new coach assistant training, but want to ensure that coaches funds continue to coach junior sculling to keep improving the chances of scullers. So people should apply for these courses, and that if they commit to coaching for their existing club for a couple of years after they've done the course, they will be entitled to have the grant. They also encourage coaches who've been funded this way to apply for level 3 so they can improve their coaching as well. So really good event from the money raised by the Scullery, and grants are given to all sorts of clubs and individuals worth applying for.
Hopwood, how are you? Oh, Guildford, you alright? Use his hands to the back!
Right, we feel we ought to tell you a little bit about the J15 single sculls coming down. Although we did talk about James Snell from Falcon quite some while ago. He is now actually on the course this time. He's coming down towards the last 250, and just see him there with the turquoise colours crossing the screen, and he'll be coming through the red boys to the finish. He has, if he started with an even gap, pulled well away from the next couple of scullers. He's done a really good job there. That's James Snell from Falcon. He's pulled away from the two Ethans, so it wasn't mission impossible for him. We have Ethan from Great Marlow, that's Ethan Taylor, and Ethan Nicholson from Bradford Grammar. He's the guy who practices on a bit of river that's only 650 metres long and stops with a handbrake turn. Then there are another 3 scullers coming down with a slight so we've got coming down in the 250 metre mark, we have Ethan Nicholson from Bradford and Ethan Taylor from Great Marlow School, just crossing the finish line. And then in the middle of the course in white, we have Arlo Gestopper from Derwent. And then Radley coming behind, which is Oscar Wilmot. And then crew 73, this is James Jampala. No, sorry, Jampala. I can't even say it, Jampalma. That's right, Jampalma, who's from Hereford Rowing Club. I've got the wrong teeth in today, and he's wearing the Hereford Rowing Club hooped colours, which again are another one of the traditional colours that don't change. Then Royal Chester, Josh Cleland coming down next. He's had a good row. He's actually looking very, very quick, very powerful. And that group have pulled away from the scullers behind, which should be led by Josh Cleland from Royal Chester. But it's a Guildford sculler who's overtaken him, William Dunn. And of course, that's in the yellow boat that you can see in the last 250-metre screen. That's the yellow boat with the green kit. That's Guildford. He's done well, and I think he's over. And then we have Lucas Goodbrand of Rob Roy, number 79, following him. He's got the red kit that's in the view now. And then behind that we have Northampton Rowing Club, Fraser Mackenzie, and from Notts County, Henry Hardwick. And Henry Hardwick has closed up a bit on the Northampton sculler Fraser Mackenzie. And we have a little bit of a gap, but then another Notts County crew, Jacob Clark is 82. And then, then Lee must have overtaken Peterborough City in blue and yellow. So Notts County in green easily identified, the Lee in bright orange easily identified, and then Peterborough have yellow shoulders over light blue waist. He's nearest the tower. So that's Josh Turner, who has been overtaken by Zach Ramoon from the Lee. And then we have Kieran Abbey Nolan from the 1863 Club coming down. On screen you can just see the Peterborough sculler coming the last 250 metres. That's Josh Turner crossing the screen now. But coming down towards that is Kieran Abbey Nolan, who's from the 1863 Club. And the 1863 Club, of course, boat from London Oratory, in case anyone's wondering. But here we have Kieran coming down, and then he's followed by Shanklin Digby. He's in the screenshot now on the 250. Digby Ridgewell. He's flying along, actually. And then behind him we have Arthur Adams from Monkton Combe, who looks very competent, doing really well. But they've overtaken the St. Peter's School. That's Daniel Sebastian Barry from St. Peter's, who has been overtaken by at least the Monkton Combe sculler, Arthur Adams. And then Derby, Benjamin Fang is coming down, not to be mistaken for Walton, although the colours are remarkably similar. And over in the centre of the course, we have Star Club with the red kit on, red and the blue. He's got a much higher rating than the others. He's gained on them, but they're holding him off quite strongly. And then the last of the male scullers will be Liam Kyriatsis from the Rowing South Africa Development Squad. He's coming down, and then there'll be a gap behind him because we'll have the first of the women J15s. So these are youngsters at the beginning of their rowing careers, having an unbiased look at flat water 2,000 metre courses. Really, really lovely day for them to be rowing down here. So the first of the women J15. This is Elise Stevens. She's from Notts County in bright green, and she's maintained her first position. And she'll be followed by Tabby Welch from Trafford and Beatrice from Peterborough City with the yellow and blue. And that's about 500 metres up the course, so from 1,500 metres into the finish. So crossing the screen now, you can see the Notts County sculler, and behind her you can see Trafford, and then after that you'll see Peterborough City. So that's Elsie Stevens, Tabby Welch and Beatrice Gregory coming in the last 250 metres. They have opened up a considerable gap. There's a long gap between the first sculler, the second sculler, the third sculler, and then the group behind the fourth, fifth and sixth. So coming down towards the 250 metre mark, should be entering the screen shortly. There we go, that's the sculler from Walton. That's Katia Nepier from Walton Rowing Club. She's maintaining a lead over, I believe the next one we're going to see is Connie Batley-Smith from Shanklin Down. Yes, it is, in blue kit. That's Connie Batley-Smith in the bottom left-hand screen. If you're watching from the bank, in the light blue kit. Just into the red boys. And then we should have two Hereford Cathedral scholars, Hereford Cathedral School scholars, it's easy for me to say, coming down behind those. So entering the last 250 metres, we have the first of the Hereford Cathedral School Boat Club scullers. That's 96 Clara West. And we believe that we'll have then 98, the other Hereford Cathedral School Boat Club sculler, Bethany Hodgson Hutton. That's number 98. Then those scullers are well spread out, and then there's a cluster of 4 coming down to join. So in the last 250 metres, that is one of the Hereford Cathedral School scullers. So on the shot now is Clara West from Hereford Cathedral School. Sorry, that's Esther Crowley from City of Bristol. Now that in screen we've got the Hereford Cathedral School. So that's Bethany Hodgson. And then we have Lisa Hamilton of Exeter coming down. So Lottie Stant of Hartbury has been overtaken, if she's not one of the late starters, because there are 3 late starters at the back. So coming down in the light colour, yellow colour boat, and that's Lottie Stant of Hartbury, who's coming down, that's 100. On the far side of her in the black boat is 102 Emily Savage from Warrington, who's done really well. And Warrington had a really good double scull here yesterday at Wallingford Regatta. So I wonder if she's part of that body of scullers that looks very powerful for the J15s. And then the last 3 coming down, we're expecting a Guildford sculler in the yellow boat, a Lymington sculler and a South African. So we have 105 is Lymington first in the white boat, and then 103 Pippa Sinclair in the yellow boat, that's from Guildford, and I'm guessing the last boat is Kemagatswe Melefi from Rowing South Africa. So 105 just going past here. That's Warrington, then Guildford, then Rowing South Africa. And we can give you some of the official time trial results from the Open J16 double sculls. We have the top 6, so that going through to the next round, final A. We have, these aren't necessarily in the fastest order, or they are, these are actually in the order of finishing, sorry, so not in lane order. So we have Hereford Cathedral School, that's Guy Turner, Henley Rowing Club, Diego Petrosillo, Wallingford Rowing Club, Rudy Allen, Yarm School, Oscar Lane, RGS High Wycombe, Thomas Letley, and Brentford Boat Club A, Angelos Karagiannis. They're in the final A. Final B is Marlow Rowing Club, James Richardson, Buell Bridge Rowing Club, James Coward, Peterborough City Rowing Club, Mattis Lebed, Windsor Boys Club A, Boaz Shelton, Rowing South Africa, Callum Dreyer, and Sir William Borley's Raffy Bone. And I feel I must go back to the people coming down, because there are now some quad sculls coming down the course. The 8:45 start. They, of course, are much quicker coming down the course. And the first crew down is Windsor Boys, without the white hats on this time, but with the immaculate blade word that we come to expect. They are magnificent. Every year they turn out some amazing crews. That is impressive sculling. They've drawn away from the next 2 crews. It will be Barnelms and Marlow. Barnelms in green and Marlow in red. But that's Windsor Boys coming through the last 250 down towards the start, taking their rating up to 35, sculling beautifully together. The only thing missing from that Windsor Boys quad is the white caps. They'll have them ready for Henley. Following down now, we have Barnelms. As Toby Galton is the stroke man there. They're rating higher, they're at 37 now, and they're being chased by Marlow Rowing Club with Tom Hampton stroking them. But those 2 crews have drawn away significantly from the lee. So going down towards the finish now, Barnelms being chased by Marlow Rowing Club. There's Barnelms crossing the line. There was a 9-second gap between Windsor Boys and Barnelms. Wow, that was a good, but that's just the first 2 times up. Crossing the last 250, you can see the lee. They're coming down. And they're coming down, they'll be down towards the finish in the 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. So the lee have crossed the 250 metre mark into the last 10 strokes. They look neat as well, very neat. Somehow, Windsor Boys look to glide over the water so much more quickly. Then there's a Windsor Boys Club B, who are having a bit of a tussle. They're trying to catch up with Molesey. Molesey were looking good yesterday. This is Quinn O'Riordan's quad. That's a J16 Coxless quads. Good steering. Molesey's chasing down, and then Windsor Boys B with Ben Britton behind them. So the green crew is Windsor Boys, and Molesey have just left the screen. And then after that we should have Brentford Boat Club, and there are 3 crews together: Brentford, the Grange School and Clare's Court. Yep, these are coming down at the next 3 crews in order. Brentford first with Yardan Mubaraki stroking. The Grange School with Harry Grimes, and then Clare's Court School Boat Club with Jackson Murray. And Clare's Court are on the boys. There's no wind to speak of. There's no excuse for that. Well, there was plenty of excuse then. That could. Yes, they'll be having a bit of a discussion with their coach, Tom Joshua. I think also Rosa Henley. So he doubles up and coaches and rows, which is quite a commitment to the water. Anyway, coming through the 250 meters, you can see now on this side towards the camera. That is the Grange School. I've just managed to work them out as they go off shot. So crossing the finish line now is Brentford, then they'll be followed by the Grange School, then they'll be followed by Clare's Court. So that's the Grange School just coming to the line with the striped blades, and Clare's Court coming down now with the striped singlets. And little Crab just on the finish line. I think he hit another boy. That's a pity. He's not pleased, the bowman of that Clare's Court crew. It will be a discussion. So after this, we should have the King's School Worcester. They're rowing along in solitary isolation, if it is they. That's crew 116. They're stroked by Nathaniel Shukla. And they're giving that a good go. They're rating 37 now as they come through the last 3 strokes. Really very good. And then following them, we should have Weybridge in blue and blue and Kingston in the red and white hoops. Weybridge is Dara Battle stroking them, and Joseph Cowan stroking the Kingston Rowing Club A, and Kingston being chased by their neighbours Tiffin School, with Will Campbell stroking them. So crossing the screen now, you can see the Kingston crew. They're coming down towards the finish, and at the finish line you should see the Weybridge crew in blue and blue cross the line very shortly. There we go. That looks slightly heavy. The Kingston crew looks slightly more sprightly, but there's a big gap ahead of them to the Weybridge crew. So you can see the live times coming up on the start screen. If you want to scribble them down, feel free. We're certainly not. So that's Tiffin School Boat Club. In my day, they used to have just 2 red stripes across a blue background, but they now have a white bit as well. And the blades used to be blue and red, so you could spot them easily. So this is Tiffin coming down towards the finish, scampering along at a sprightly 36, and they've pulled away a bit, but from the side of Scullery School, stroked by Tom Cecil. They're much more sedate. They're at 35, but it looks much more. They've got much more time than the Tiffin crew had. And then the final of the boys J16 is rowing South Africa, their development squad coming down over in lane 4, just going through the screen at 250 as Scullers cross the screen at the finish line. There's a short pause before we have the women's J16 quad sculls, but not that long a pause because Maidenhead are racing down the course. These look as good as the Windsor boys crew looked coming down towards the finish. This looks like a very, very smart little quad here from with Ella Weaving stroking. Immaculate timing, very neat blade work, and they're moving the boat, and they've drawn away. They also won the Wintec Junior Head. They're very impressive. They're going to be hard to beat. And their last year's J18 quad did well. They were very strong as well. So these guys are following in their footsteps. Maidenhead crossing the finish line now. That is a very, very good scull. The next crew hasn't started in the Red Boys yet. They have pulled away a long, long way. The next crew is William Perkins, Carla Cambiano stroking, and then, I'm terribly sorry, that's Headington in light blue coming into the screen. So they've overtaken Sir William Perkins. That can't be right. No. I'm guessing Sir William Perkins didn't start. This is Headington School 124 coming down in light blue, and then there's Marlow Rowing Club in red following them down, and then in the white kit is Henley Rowing Club following them down. So that's definitely Marlow just gone through your screen, and you'll see Headington just coming on to the finish very shortly. If you're watching from the bank, that's Headington there at the finish. Marlow over towards the centre of the course in the red boat and the red kit. Very smart. And then the next one down is Henley. Henley not quite the power it used to be in women's sculling. They're missing Chris Boothroyd, who was a powerhouse of coaching. So Sir William Borlase following that long gap coming down. The big B on the back's the clue. They're in the screen at the 250, and behind them the Grange School in green chasing them down. So they're following down in order. And then there's a bit of a gap, and behind them we've got City of Bristol and Nottingham County. Both in different shades of green, I hope. So crossing the 250-metre screen now is Nottingham County, and ahead of them is the Grange School, who you'll see on the finish line next if you're watching online. The Grange School coming down towards the finish if you're watching from the bank, followed by Nottingham County, and behind Nottingham County we should have Sir William Perkins and then City of Cambridge. So City of Cambridge have the nice bright band round their middles to help us identify them. We'll just check on these. We need to see the number to be sure, but this looks like City of Cambridge with the yellow and red hoop around their middle, coming into shot now. And there's a nice cap on the back to go at 2. That's crew 132. So we're good with our guess. That's City of Cambridge, and they're being chased by 131, Sir William Perkins, who they've overtaken. So City of Cambridge have done a lot of good work there. They've got a big gap ahead of them. But they've managed to actually get through. They've managed to get through a lot of work there and a lot of distance. They've made such a good job of getting past Sir William Perkins and carrying on. Putney High School coming down next. They've, of course, now used the Julie Newins boathouse down at on Putney. Nice to have a home there, and their rowing is getting better and better. They're very neat, actually sculling very well together. That's good sculling as they come down. That's Putney Town towards the finish line. And then just entering the red boys over in lane 4, we have crew 134. That's the King's Worcester with Henrietta Venables stroking. So we got King's Worcester coming down They've just crossed the 250. The next crew into the 250-metre panel is the Walton Rowing Club, and they should be followed by Walbrook in green, yellow and black, and then they in turn should have Yarm School behind them, who row mostly in white. So coming towards the finish there, King's Worcester, followed by Walton Rowing Club. So coming down towards, on the far side on the 250-metre screen, that's Peterborough City colours, and I suspect that's it's Walbrook. Walbrook on the near side with the black, yellow and red. So Walbrook at 136, that's Lauren Allen, hanging on just ahead of 138, Peterborough City, who are doing a real job of overtaking here, unless 137 did not start. As the Yarm School, gosh, they're a long way behind. No, these two crews have had a bit of a race, a bit of a ding-dong, with Walbrook trying to hold off the Peterborough City Challenge. Walbrook have just crossed the line, and so have Peterborough City now. But there's a big gap back to the Yarm School. And then after that, we get Windsor Girls in the red boat, which you'll see shortly. So that's the Yarm School quad coming down. They're very neat, well drilled, but they seem just to lack a little speed, judging by the crews ahead of them. And then you'll see a red boat coming into the 250-metre mark. That is the Windsor Girls School, stroked by Pearl Marsh. And behind that, Tideway Scullers A, stroked by Moretti Sikorsky. So that's the red boat of Windsor Girls just going through 250-metre boys. Then Sideways Shovers coming down. So the Sideways Scullers School A crew, Moretti Sikorsky, just coming down into the red boys. That's them on screen now in the last 250. They're sculling well, as you'd expect. They've got Chris Williams to be in charge of them. And then behind that we have Sir William Bourlays with the blue shirts and the big B. They'll be coming into the 250-metre boys very shortly. And then there's a real gap behind these two crews. So that's Sir William Bourlays just coming to the 250-metre screen. It looks like they've made quite a break from the rest. So we're expecting after the Sir William Bourlays who are on screen now. So the white visors in the Bourlays crew is an identifying mark. They're sculling neatly as well, good to see. Bit of a gap back to Northampton. That's Poppy Hickling's crew. Falcon behind them, then another Tiffin crew and rowing South Africa. But there are more than 4 boats coming down, so I suspect we've had a couple of omissions that we now need to fill in the gaps. So with the yellow blades is Northampton Rowing Club A, that's crew 142. That kit does look like Headington. So there's a Headington crew coming down, which could be 124, because they were missing earlier. That could be 124 stroked by Isla Dodds. And otherwise we are waiting for 143 Falcon, 144 Tiffin will be following them. Okay, so we have Falcon coming down next. Northampton just coming over the finish now. That's 142. 143 have not yet got to the red boys. That's and the last of the girls' quads is Tiffin School and Rowing South Africa, and they have the joy of the boys' quads catching them up as they come to the finish. So we'll go and check on the identity of the other crews coming down. So coming down now in lane 4, that's Henley Rowing Club A. The boys from Henley Rowing Club seem to be having a bit. So this is coxed, of course, because it's J15. This is stroked by Jonathan Payne, and it does look like Henley boys are on the ascendancy as the Henley girls just lose their utter supremacy in the sculling. So that's Henley Rowing Club, and they're being chased by the Windsor Boys School. This will be interesting to see what these times are. Windsor boys are having to change lanes to avoid the South African Development Squad in the girls' crew. Sorry, that's Putney High School coming down. And then Windsor boys are the crew just overtaking them on the finish line. They've had to do... Well, there's my old school, Tiffin, they've changed their colours. I didn't recognise them. That was Tiffin Girls' School being overtaken by the Windsor Boy Club A crew. Those two, Henley and the Windsor boys, have pulled away from the whole of the rest of the division. So the next crew is Windsor Boys B, with Matthew Healy stroking it. They have got the white caps on. So good to see them back. But they don't look quite the powerhouse. They don't look quite the powerhouse that the A crew were. And they've dropped considerably back from them. And then Brentford Boat Club are coming down now on lane 4, and a rare sight, coxed from the stern, which is, there's no cox lying down in the bows of this one. He's sitting up proudly, and then behind that, Wallingford Rowing Club. Brentford is stroked by Alexandra Rebello, and Wallingford by Will Elsmore Wickens as they come down. And I have to say, there's a real testament to the strength and depth of Windsor Boys School. The next boat we're expecting to come down after Wallingford cross this finish line are the Windsor Boys School Boat Club C. And they have the white hats. So they're fully dressed in racing kit. And they look very good. This is, I bet they're racing up a year. This looks like a really good but small crew. I would suggest they're a year younger than their division, but they are very, very smart sculling. So behind them, that should be Royal RGS High Wycombe, stroked by Patrick Hayes, and they've pulled away from Walbrook, if that's who it is, with the stripy blades. Considerably. The Walbrook crew is stroked by Javier Ribas. That's the Walbrook A crew coming down into view now. That's the green, yellow and black blades just come onto the bottom left-hand screen. And if you're watching from the far side, they've just entered the red boys, taking their rating up. They're now at 35 as well. They're really giving it some beans to try and get the quickest time possible. We have a bit of a gap, a slight respite. But Molesey are coming down, and Molesey are a very strong club at the moment. Really good looking quad here for the J15 category. 15. Of course, it's Cox, it has to be 15. Good point, well made. So we have Molesey coming down, Molesey A, Lucas Bray stroking them. They look very smart indeed. And I always think it's a bit cruel when the boys who are not their strongest have to drag a cox down the course. And once they get a bit stronger, they can lose the dead weight. Sorry, the steering ability that a cox offers. That's Molesey just coming down towards the finish. And behind them on the 250 metre mark, that's the Grange School, just disappearing from shot. And then there's another big gap. And behind the Grange School, we should have Sir William Borlase, Brentford and Marlow. Looking up the Borlase definite coming down next with the big Bs. That's Leo Grice's boat. That's crew 156. and then followed by Brentford Yuching Low, who are just holding off an attack from Marlow, with the boat stroked by Zeno Chiappi. So on screen, the crew in red there, that's Marlow, who are trying their very best to overtake the Brentford Boat Club B crew, who are the ones in white, who you can now just see. I've got a feeling Brentford will hang on to the finish here, but not by much. Chasing them down should be Weybridge Rowing Club in blue and blue, followed by Clare's Court School Boat Club. So Harry Roberts' crew of Weybridge, they've got a bit of a gap that they've opened up, but the Marlow crew has pulled, that was ahead of them, has pulled well away. So this is Weybridge Rowing Club just coming into screen now, the blue and blue. So going through the screen now, that's the crew in white. That'll be Clare's Court with their Clare's Court just going through, looking very smart. Tom Josh will be proud of them. And they've pulled away to open up a real gap before the next crew, which is actually Marlow. And if it is Marlow, they've overtaken the Armed School. And then Pangbourne College should also be in that group. So it looks like Yarm may not have started. We got Marlow next, then Pangbourne. I'm guessing the next one's St. Peter's. They have brown blades, don't they? So Marlow just coming off the 250-metre mark, down towards the finish, and they're being followed by Pangbourne with the traditional squared colours on the blades, but diagonal stripes on the blades. And then Yarm are here. They've followed us down. They're going to be coming. That's Yarm just entering the 250-metre screen now and going down towards the finish. St. Peter's York in the delightful brown kit. Just coming down there in lane 4, nearest the spectator side. They're in a bit of a vacuum there. It's Ed Gawthorpe who's stroking that one. And then the two boats behind them should be Clare's Court and Great Marlow School. However, it looks like it's a Kingston crew in the easily identified red and white hoops. If ever you have a red and white hoop shirt, it will be red and pink after the first wash. The only way to stop that happening is to soak it in salt water. That's the voice of experience. Actually, Kingston doing very well, as whilst we discuss their kit. Morton Smith's crew overtaking the crew next to them in white, which actually struggling to identify them. It is Clare's Court. So 165 Clare's Court, Elliot Rowbottom, is just being overtaken by Kingston 168, but I've got a feeling I haven't started in order. So, Kingston coming down, so they have overtaken the Clare's Court crew. Sculling quite neatly together. followed by the coach on a red bike and the red top. That's very, very good branding for Kingston Rowing Club. And then Claire's Court just behind them, coming down towards the finish. You don't get to see the coach and the bike on the screen. I'm terribly sorry, but it was impressive. And then coming down in the dark kit, that could be Great Marlow School 166. They're in lane 4. Noah Codron stroking them. Just going through the screen of the 250-metre mark. Will come towards the finish shortly. And we're missing Maidenhead Tiffin and the Grange School, I think. So there are 3 boats at 500 metres with the Grange School in the middle. Could be Great Marlow and Maidenhead. And my spotter from Maidenhead has just recognised his own kit. That's so good. Well done, Simon. So it's Maidenhead coming down, stroked by Atharva Yadhav. That's crew 169. And if they started just behind Kingston, Kingston have opened up an enormous gap, but I suspect that's not how it works. We'll find out when the times come up. So on screen now, there's the Maidenhead crew. They do look very good, actually. They're coming down neat and tidy. They may be just a little smaller than some of their opposition, but they're really putting a good showing here. That's nicely done. Well done, Maidenhead. That's not just because I've got a spotter next to me from Maidenhead. 167 coming down the Grange School. That's with the stripy blades in green and black. And the green boat. They've always turned out reasonably fast crews. And these lads will, I'm sure, pick up the pace. Having failed to recognise Tiffin before because they've got white on them, I now know what to look for. This is Ed Corcoran's crew coming down. Tiffin School Boat Club 8, crew 170. They're going through the 250-metre mark and we'll get to the finish shortly. I will have to learn the new colours. They've even got white on the blades. I struggle. Sorry, I'm just an old fart. Now we have mix and match kit here. And it's crew 171, it's Mulsey. They're sculling along as strongly. It's Alexander Luke is stroking them. We'll be interested to see what time they do. We see the Tiffin time, 8 minutes 8. So I did get the colours right on them, that's something. So, and then coming down here is King's Canterbury. King's Canterbury looking very smart with a stern loader, and then behind them, I think that's AB7 Boat Club, which is Rupert Clifford. So it's AB7 Boat Club. So I'm sure there's a story to tell behind AB7 Rowing Club, but we'll find out shortly as they come down through the 250-metre mark down towards the finish. They were out of Tewkesbury, that well-known place for flooding. Nice colours. They're crossing the line now. That's them finished for the day. And then we're left with, this looks like Guildford Rowing Club coming down in a black boat. No, the kit's too dark. So it's City of Bristol, I'm wrong. So it's Reuben Wade's crew 174 in the black boat on screen now in the darker green. And then Guildford in the lighter green. They're the next crew down, but quite some way behind. Yeah, so it's a yellow boat with the green kit. So coming down the next crew to enter the 250-metre mark, with the red boys start to give the crews hope that they're near the finish. That's the yellow boat with the green and yellow kit. That's Guildford, stroked by Philip Marola. And then behind them we'll have Kew House School Boat Club and the Falcon Boat Club. Kew House in white, stroked by Will Lawton, and Falcon Boat Club in the light blue, stroked by Emmanuel Conte. And that should conclude the J15 quad sculls time trial for the open one. Will be followed by the women's J15 very shortly. We can do whilst we've got a little bit of a gap, we can give you a quick bit of results for the women's J16 singles. In the A final, we have the fastest sculler was Oliver Ross from Falcon. He looked good when he came down. Then Xavier Lee from Abingdon School, Ed Morgan Jones from Hereford Cathedral Boat Club, Tom Richards from Walbrook, Henry Crisp from Bedford, and Max Vilhauer from Rob Roy Boat Club. In the B final, we have Gordon Brees of Trentham, Nicodem Belchich from Northampton Rowing Club, Louis Walker of Christchurch, Alex Breeze from Lymington, and Seth Wingfield from Buell Bridge. I would give you there's something going wrong with the scoreboard for the women's J16 singles, so I'm not going to give out dodgy information. Actually, I'm going to. I'm expecting it to be Notts County, Hannah Skelton, Lower Trelawney from Falcon, Vienna Townsend of Avon County, Phoebe Liband of Hartbury, Freya Hall of Barn Elms, and Taylor Prinsloo of South Africa in the A final. But that is provisional. I would check that. The B final will have Emilia Riccardi from South Africa, Annie Walker from Hereford, Sophia Todd from Maidenhead, Nida Mohammed from Hartbury, Ava Jones from Weybridge, and Rose Collier from Shanklin. We think that may be corrected to something else.
A tea would be lovely. White no sugar.
Then we also have the results of the J15 single sculls and the women's J15. The A final for the open, the boys J15, is Oscar Wilnut from Radley, James Snell from Falcon, Josh Cleland from Royal Chester, Arlo Gestopa from Derwent, Harry Hardwick from Notts County, and Ethan Nicholson from Bradford Grammar. That's the A final. And then in the B final, we got Lucas Goodbrand from Rob Roy, Fraser Mackenzie from Northampton, Oliver Kelly from Star Club, Zach Moon from Lee, Jacob Clark from Notts County, and Arthur Adams from Moncton Coombe. And then the women's again. I'll say these with a hesitation in my voice because something's not quite right. In the A final, I'm expecting Connie Batley Smith from Shanklin, Beatrice Gregory from Peterborough, Elsie Evans from Notts County, Tabby Welch from Trafford, Katia Nepier from Walton, and Lisa Hamilton from Exeter Rowing Club. I won't do the B final because there may be some confusion on that. So those are the results as far as we can see. Hoping for confirmation. Those do check on the website if you have the ability. Right, we have the next event. This is the women's J15 coxed quads, and we believe, in fact it is, the first crew down, stroked by Hannah Nyman, is the Walbrook Rowing Club A crew. They're just about to enter the last 250 metres in the red boys and in lane 5. Huge gap behind them to Henley Rowing Club with Lisa Van stroking. So that there on screen you can just see Walbrook Rowing Club A, lovely green, yellow and black blades, easily identified. Henley Rowing Club way in the distance with the white singlets and the blue blade.
Tell me twice. That was great timing.
And that's Henley going through the 250 metre screen. Sculling neatly as you'd expect from Henley, but they are a long way behind Walbrook, and I have a feeling that Walbrook will have pulled away from them. The times haven't yet come up for the women's J15 quad sculls. I'm sure they'll start to soon. But Henley have pulled an enormous gap over Sir William Perkins, and they have a decent gap over Trentham, who are the next one down, and then there's a cluster of boats together with Trentham, Barnelms and Headington. So entering the last 250 metres now, you can see that's Sir William Perkins on the screens. So in the red boys, that's Sir William Perkins coming down in lane 4 in the time trial here, and then they've got a gap behind them, and it should be Charlotte Bellchambers Trentham crew being just holding off a challenge from Barnelms in green, and then behind them should be Headington in blue, followed by Marlow in red, and then another Sir William Perkins crew.
Did that car get told off? Did that car get told off?
So just entering the 250 metre mark now, Trentham in the white boat and the white kit, being chased down by Barnelms in the green kit, but they're holding them off. I was going to say manfully, but they're holding them off strongly. The Barnelms crew is stroked by Martina Bielinski. The Trentham crew, Charlotte Bellchambers, and behind them, a long way behind actually, I think this little race they've had has opened up a gap over Headington, Harriet Lyell's crew, and then behind that Marlow Rowing Club, Marley Sangster coming down behind that.
Yeah, that's not quite right. How are we doing? Are we keeping time? They keep on.
So on screen there's Marlow Rowing Club A, that's Marley Sangster's crew, 184, and you'll see 183 Headington just going down towards the finish. If you're watching online, that's Harriet Lyell.
They keep asking if they should go.
So then there's a bit of a gap.
The answer is always wait, and it's so
Marlow just going down towards the finish. Then we should have Sir William Perkins, Grange School and City of Bristol.
okay, that's different. One of the coaches was screaming guys and then these girls. Yeah, that seems more
So, so coming through now in green, this is City of Bristol. Sorry, this is the Grange School, 186 with the stripy blades. and they'll be coming down towards the finish, and then City of Bristol will enter the red boys behind them. That's Ariella Hopkins' crew. The Grange crossing the line any moment now, stroked by Gemma Silcock.
Okay, that's cool. I love that way.
So when they want to hang a whale from the roof, or there's a new dinosaur, is the floor strong enough?
No, it's not. They go, great, we're going to do it anyway.
I'm the man they come to.
That's pretty cool. So it's less full-on work and more consultant-free building.
Again,
Less full-on work and more like you reduce it to... That's quite cool.
And coming down in the screen for the 250 metre mark, we have Kingston Rowing Club B, stroked by Ava Clasper, and they're followed by Maidenhead. Sorry, followed some distance behind by Maidenhead. It's Elizabeth Miller's crew. And then behind them should be Sir William Borlase with a big B on their back, Georgia White's crew.
That's probably like the best way.
My problem is I'm a workaholic, so the likelihood of me actually trying is
the other problem we have is the school does not turning out enough young engineers and not enough STEM subjects.
Wow.
It's a self-generating downward spiral because there aren't enough maths teachers. Maths is the ground basis of all engineering.
And in the 250 metre finishing zone, we have Sir William Borlase just going across, and Maidenhead, sorry, not Maidenhead. Maidenhead will be just coming down towards the finish line on the other screen. So Borlase across the 250 metre mark, and there's Maidenhead on the screen for the finish. So and if you're watching from the far bank, it's Maidenhead crossing the line to William Borlase just chasing them down. Molesey are coming down in the white boat. Jessica Wolf stroking that. They have the black and white kit, the black blades. And then in some distance, the crews are now coming down in sequence with Hereford Cathedral School Boat Club, that's stroked by Hanyan Wang. Haddington School Boat Club B, stroked by Annabelle Scott. And Yarm School, stroked by Monica Home.
What is the world's largest baseball object?
And on the 250 metre screen, you can see Haddington School just going through, and they're chasing down the crew ahead of them, which is Hereford Cathedral School Boat Club. So Hanyan Wang stroking that, and they're coming down towards the finish any minute now. The Haddington School crew, Annabelle Scott, stroking that one.
That's a long way. How did you end up on Pirate Road?
Because I'm also a rower.
Okay.
And Yarm School are just going down towards the finish. They're in the white boat and the white kit with the stripy black blades, just crossing the finish line now. And behind them, that's Tiffin again with the white on their blades. But I don't have, yes, it's Tiffin A, that's Margaret Pitt's crew. quite some distance they've got to make up there. And there's a huge gap behind them. Yes, this is testing the eyesight of the best of keen young guys. Whoa! And at this distance, they're 500 metres away. We think we may have a Walton crew. Nice to have distinctive colours. And then it should be Pangbourne as well with a stripe on their blades. They're in the middle in lane 4. So white kit and dark blades. I think it's Pangbourne are on the lane. No, that's Walton. Pangbourne are in lane 4, and in lane 6, we're just struggling to identify a crew. We shan't be long.
Right, yeah.
That's Pangbourne just entering the last two. No, that's Walton entering the last 250 metres. And then Molesey are on this side. And it's just black and white kits. That's why we couldn't spot the colours. So Molesey have been overtaken. So Arabella McCartney's Molesey crew on lane 6 have been overtaken by Olivia Cottingham's Walton crew in lane 4. And then following them down is Pangbourne in the white boat and Weybridge Rowing Club in the blue boat. So you can see Pangbourne, and on screen it doesn't look very blue, but that's the Weybridge Weybridge Rowing Club coming down. And then on the finish line, that's the Molesey crew just crossing. And then we've got the next two, which is the Pangbourne and Weybridge to follow. Another long gap after that. I said a long, long gap. We're hoping for St Peter's, Tiffin and Tormead. So crossing the line there, that's Pangbourne and that's Weybridge. So on the screen for 250 metres and entering the red boys, that's St Peter's School coming through. Georgina Ward stroking that one. They're rowing in solitary isolation. There's a gap ahead of them and a gap behind them. So hopefully they've pulled away from the crews behind. So we have 3 boats coming down together. In lane 4 is... oh, right. So lane 4 is Rob Roy, and just to confuse me, having learnt the Tiffin blades, these are rowing in white blades, but this is Tiffin School B crew coming down Isla Sinclair. Yep. So we have Rob Roy in the red kit, that's Tiffin School there with the white blades, and then Tormead, which is a school in Guildford, for those who had to look it up like us. So Emma Starkey Garcia stroking the Tormead crew, Isla Sinclair in the Tiffin crew, and Georgina Ward in the St Peter, sorry, not St Peter, the Rob Roy crew. Rob Roy's Evelyn Austin just crossed the finish line and not stopped. They've kept going. Somebody must tell them they've finished. Is that King's Worcester? Sorry, that's Tormead just crossing the line in the dark blue kit. Then we have King's Worcester. That's what I was looking for. They're coming into they're now on the 250 metre mark, just coming in. King's Worcester. There's Imogen Bramble stroking that one. And then, if you can't tell the lee by now, in bright orange, that's Catherine Marsden, easiest identified club on the water. Apart from the American School in London, who do have a bit of black on theirs. But the bright orange, the amalgamation of several rowing clubs, and I'm not sure many people can remember all of those now. But it's certainly included City Orient, didn't include Broxbourne because they're still going. Oh, we'll have to come back to you on that one.
I think we should have umbrellas for the lake.
We're just waiting now for 4 more boats in this, the J15 women's quad sculls. Pangbourne College with Caitlin Lim will be the next one down, and Brentford Boat Club with Alejandra Zamorano stroking that. They'll be the next 2 boats, and then we're looking for King's School Canterbury and King's School Worcester. Lena Wang stroking the King's Can't, and Seren Libet stroking the King's Worth. So in the 250 metre mark now, we have the. That's the Pangbourne going through. No, I lie. Pangbourne have just gone through. That's actually the Brentford Boat Club you can see on screen. Pangbourne just coming to the finish. And then there's a long gap to the 2 King's School crews. So King's Canterbury crew that we're waiting for, stroked by Lena Wang, and King's Worcester, stroked by Seren Levitt, will be the last 2 of these J15 quads to come down the course.
He was fine, he was just upset. Oh, really? Which regatta is this? I know it.
And the good news for the 2 King's Canterbury crews, which you can now see coming down the last 250 metres in the red boys, is they're being chased by double sculls, so they won't have the indignity of being overtaken as did the previous division when the boys' quads came down. So this is King's Canterbury, followed by King's Worcester, holding station with each other and coming down towards the finish. Fairly shortly we should get to see the qualifiers for the A and the B final. Let's hope to see some of these crews again as they race down. So coming down the course now, we have the double sculls. This is the Open J15 2 timeses. First crew down should be Yarm School, then Hereford Rowing Club, and then Henley Rowing Club. And it looks like they started in that order and they'll be finishing in that order. And there's a bit of a shipwreck. Both blades are gone from the Yarm School. They've hit the boys and his blade's turned round and it's upside down. The stroke man is going to have to get them over the line. There's no other option for this. Stroke man has to paddle on and bow man needs to keep his blade out of the way so that stroke man can actually paddle. He's worked it out. That is not going to please either of them as they get overhauled by Hereford Rowing Club in the black and white hoops. Sorry, navy and white hoops with a little bit of red. So that's Hereford coming down to the line. What a disaster there for the Yarm School. And then coming into the 250 metre mark, you can see Henley just exiting the screen, and they're being chased down by Barnelms in green. So all sorts of things happening here. Yarm have crossed the line, and they're very upset about that, but who wouldn't be? But that's what happens when you hit the boys, I'm afraid. And Henley Rowing Club Noah Cotton just hanging on ahead of Barn Elms with Andre Partle. So Luke Palmer stroking the Yarm School boat, had to row home with no help from his chum, and Hereford, stroked by Alex Hargreaves, overtook them. So that's Barn Elms just crossing the line with Andre Partle. And then Guildford in the yellow boat, of course. The next crew to come down, that's Ivan Iduriaga. And then Peterborough on the far side, stroked by Thor Reed Moriana Lima. He's made sure they've caught up the Guildford crew. We can't see AB7, so they're not there. Because the next boat down is Walton, with their nice tricolor blades. Charlie Kay stroking that. Good bit of sculling, and then Canford. Is Scud still coaching there? Canford School Boat Club. Will Thompson stroking this as he comes into the 250 metre mark. And a word of advice for any of the scullers who find the buoys under their blades: either stick them under your riggers or the hull, or get well clear. Don't dilly-dally on them. So we have City of Bristol A coming down. That's Zach Bain in the green. They're just entering the 250 metre mark now on lane 4. So City of Bristol with a lovely white rainbow shape on their blades. And St Peter's coming down with the brown kit. And then followed by Clare's Court. So City of Bristol stroked by Zach Bain. St Peter's is Thomas Binks. And Clare's Court stroked by Seb Seaman. Then in white, we have Clare's Court, followed by Trafford, also in white. The Trafford is stroked by Jai Chincholka. Sorry, there we are. That's that's Trentham. That's Henry Buxton coming down from Trentham. So they've overtaken the Trafford crew, who are in green over in lane 4. That's the Chai Chincholka crew in the yellow boat, looking almost masquerading as Guildford with a yellow boat and green kit. Then we've also got the 1863 club expected to come down. They, of course, boating out of the Oratory, and they should be followed by Walbrook with the black, red and green blades. So in the dark kit now on screen and just in the red buoys, that's the 1863 club, George Hubbard. And then after that, we have in the red and white boat, we have Buell Bridge. That's stroked by Vuk Hajkovic. And they've got a fair journey to come to here. So following Buell Bridge, we have Walbrook. So Buell Bridge have overtaken them. They're in the red and white boat. Walbrook stroked by Freddie Jones, and Buell Bridge by Vuk I'll try again. Hajkovic. There we go. Sorry about that, Haj. So we have Walbrook coming down there. It's Freddie Jones, and then the South Africans. That's a good-looking double from the South Africans. That's Jesse Waldman stroking, and they look to have overtaken Pangbourne. Or unless Pangbourne didn't start, it's Thomas Crouch's boat. Pangbourne have been left behind. That's 2-8. Pangbourne have been overtaken by 2:30 from the South African Rowing Development Squad. This is Thomas Croucher in the double from Pangbourne coming down. And in fact, these will be the last of the boys' crews before we hit onto the girls' crews, with Walton leading the charge. So Pangbourne, Tom Croucher there, stroking down towards the finish and maintaining the gap ahead of the girls' doubles.
And I was very lucky because my father rode. Poor mother just
So entering the last 250 metres now for the women's junior 15 double sculls, we have Walton Rowing Club, stroked by Leila Chauhan, as she comes down in the white boat with a big stripe on the top of it. And they have opened up an enormous gap from Headington School, Charlotte Hughes' boat. And actually Headington are on the boys. Oh, they're hitting the boys. 3 strokes they've lost there for hitting the boys. And that means that Hartbury University, Emily Gibson, has gone sailing past. They're still on the boys, Headington. I think they're going to hit more. But that is not, now they've put them under their riggers, that's better. That's not the way to end your time trial, hitting the boys and getting caught on them. Now they're steering away from this, so they might yet hit them again. But it's now a side-by-side race towards the finish, and they're coming over, the boys are under the rigger nicely now. That's much safer. Headington just holding ahead of the Hartbury University, but they've lost some time. And then Eton Excelsior have entered the last 250 metres. That's a nice looking double from Eton Excelsior. They're doing well. That's Brooke Taylor stroking that one. This is Sir William Perkins just entering and on screen in the 250 metre mark, stroked by Paige Moriarty. So that's a good, they've got a good gap ahead of them, but they've got an enormous gap behind them. So I think they've done okay. And then we have a Guildford crew and a Scullers crew, but Scullers have overtaken. So Ava Tinsley from Scullers have overtaken the Guildford crew, stroked by Emily Onions and City of Bristol. So this Scullers crew is flying. If they started in order, they've overtaken 2 other boats. They've done really well, and they look very competent indeed. That's smart, tidy sculling. They're flirting with the boys. Bow Girls just had a quick look to make sure the next one's going to wallop her. They've done well there. That is, we'll see them in the A final. I have a shilling on that. I know we're not allowed to gamble, but there we go. So Guildford 236 in the yellow boat. They've been overtaken by that rampant Scullers crew. And then Derby Rowing Club catching up with them. That's crew 239. Goodness, they've done well. Emily Kitchen stroking there. And then City of Oxford with Freya Marshlow. Freya Margilo stroking the City of Oxford Club. And then here comes City of Bristol. We'd lost them. Thought they'd gone missing, but no, they're here. That's Heidi Coombs coming down in the 250 metre mark. And then the light blue crew is Hinksey Sculling School. It's Ingrid Harris stroking that one. And then there's a bit of a gap. Gosh, there is a bit of a gap. They've all pulled away from the next group, which should have Hereford Cathedral School to William Perkins and Yarm School. And they're still in that order. So Hereford Cathedral School stroked by Daisy Fleetwood. So William Perkins stroked by Lillian Jackson, and Yarm School stroked by Jude Shorgy. So the gap has passed us now. We have Yarm in view there. That's Jude Shorgy coming through. And then a little bit behind them, we've got Bulebridge, Brentford, Marlow, and the ubiquitous South African development squad, always having to bring up the rear. Marlow have done well. They've overtaken Brentford and Buell. And then there's the South Africans at the back. So, Yarm, as I said, was Jude Shorgy. Bulebridge is Freya Bull. Marlow is Neve, stroking that one nicely.
They're already doing that.
Is like 1K left reassuring or annoying?
I'd say a bit annoying. You might say, let's have a...
For me, it was really annoying.
The other
And the South Africans have overtaken Brentford Boat Club as Marlow come down towards the finish now. So that's Neva Concha from Marlow Rowing Club. Then the South Africans, Isabella Landman, and then Brentford Boat Club with Lucia Otero. They bring up the rear of the women's event. And there's a very short gap before we get the J14 double sculls, led by City of Bristol. George Grannon stroking nicely, and there should be another City of Bristol in lane 6. Wow. This City of Bristol A have opened up an enormous gap. They must be loving this. They've pulled away from everyone, everywhere, all at once.
You've got a bit of free energy off the start. I can't remember the technical word for it.
Adrenaline from the start.
Yeah, basically it's adrenaline. And then within about 30 seconds of the start, you have to be race pace,
So the next people coming down in the cluster. So I think on screen first, the King's College School Boat Club with Alistair Lightbody. But they are just behind a crew that's going to appear on the near side, which is City of Bristol B. That's Raghav M, that's the second City of Bristol crew. And then the third boat in that tussle is Yarm. So Yarm have caught up both King's College School and the King's College have overtaken City of Bristol B, nearly overtaken City of Bristol B. And then in white, we have Buell Bridge, Samuel Georgie, just coming up. They're flying along, and they're pushing Yarm School all the way. These two doubles, actually, Yarm and Buell Bridge, look really impressive. Really impressive as they come down towards the finish. And then we have the next crew, that's the hoops on the far side, will be Walton. That's in lane 4, Walton Rowing Club A. That's Seb Wilson stroking that. And then Henley Rowing Club, who've been overtaken, that's Nye Kennedy. Unless they started out of order, but that's unlikely because in the same lane as the Henley double is a Marlow double coming like a steam train at them. So I think because they're 3 numbers apart, that will be the starting pattern, and they have the obligation to move out of the way, I believe, in this event. So in sight, in the red kit, that's Marlow steaming down the course, and I think they've made a really good fist of this. And behind them, Trafford, Rory Cresswell, stroking that crew. The Marlow crew is stroked by Theo Smith, but Marlow have overtaken Trafford and are chasing down Henley as well. But Walton managed to stay ahead all the way down.
So my father rode through Oxford College in 1937. What gave her great pleasure, what gave both quite a bit of pleasure was if you do the single or a double at Henley Royal Academy, you're not a club, you're a name.
So that brings up the rear. of the boys' events, with Marlow having done such a good job. The first of the women's J14 double sculls should be Maidenhead, and they are being chased by Hartbury. This is a much smaller division, the J14, which is unsurprising, but Maidenhead are trying to hang on to their lead, but Hartbury actually look very impressively quick.
No, one of my best friends is a rower.
I'm struggling with the concept of Hartbury University having a J14 crew myself. However, Hartbury University and College Boat Club, Catherine McNabb's double is currently overtaking the Isabella Headley Maidenhead double as they just come down towards the finish. They're not, yes, they just did it on the finish line, I think. And then we're followed by Hereford in the black and white hoops. My eyes are deceiving me, it is black and white hoops, as everything merges into a pale grey with my age. That's the Hereford crew, stroked by Lottie O'Connor, coming down the 250 metres and in towards the finish line. Then we should have a bit of a tussle coming down. We should have Windsor Girls and Walton Rowing Club. And we do, and Windsor Girls just staying ahead of Walton. So Windsor Girls, Holly Stevenson crew have just walloped the boys, actually walloped the boys quite bigly. And then it gives Walton Rowing Club, Liliana Pine, the chance to draw level. So now they're going to have a blood and guts last 20 strokes as Windsor Girls try and stay ahead, but I don't think they're going to manage because they've hit the boys again. And every time they hit the boys, it seems to knock the blades out of their hands. So Walton have stormed through on steering. That looks very smooth, actually, that Walton double. I wouldn't be surprised if they're one of the quicker crews. That's very nice. So coming down now, we have the last two crews. We've got Great Marlow School and AB7. Rosie Smith from Great Marlow School and Daisy Ridgedale from AB7 are the last two in these J14 doubles. And they've got it all on to stay ahead of the next division, which looks like bigger, stronger boats. So coming in the 250 metre mark at a reasonably sedate pace is Great Marlow School, Rosie Smith, but they're maintaining a handsome lead over AB7, David Ridgedale's crew. So we'll see what's chasing them down as the last two crews in the women's J14 two doubles come towards the finish. And the bigger, stronger crews that we were talking about are the J14 quads, the pond skaters of the world. And leading the charge is Trafford Rowing Club A, stroked by Benjamin Ainsley, followed by Guildford, stroked by Bear Dreyer. And they won't quite catch up with the last of the double sculls. So Trafford Rowing Club, Ben Ainsley, just coming into view. He's aging very well for a sailor. So he's stroking this Trafford Rowing Club A crew. It looks very neat, actually. That is a good little quad. J14, I'm impressed with that. We'll see them in the finals A, I think, unless there's a lot of good stuff behind. That's a nice bit of sculling. Very good indeed. And they're being chased by Guildford, who have got everything but that little bit of speed. They're neat and tidy. They've got heart, but they're just not quite as quick. Stroked by Bear Dreyer. Following them is Weybridge Rowing Club, Jay Batchelor stroking there. Weybridge Rowing Club just coming down now. That's Jay Batchelor stroking this. They've got a stern loader Cox quad, sorry. And they're followed by Trentham Guy Zucchetti. He's stroking this one. And they, of course, with a bow loader. And then there's a bit of a gap before we get to Yarm. Back in the distance in white. And then should be Star Club in red. Round about the 500 metre mark. So coming down towards the finish now, that's Trentham Boat Club, the guy Zucchetti Rowing Club, stroking it, sorry. Trentham Boat Club with guy Zucchetti stroking, crossing the finishing line. And then we'll have a little gap until we get to the blue boat of Yarm School. William Oliver stroking this as they come into the last 250 in the red boys. So Yarm School coming down. They look very neat and well drilled. I hope they don't suffer the same fate as the double scull that was leading the charge in the previous round. But then these guys have got a Cox at the front, sitting up to make sure he has a good view. So following down from following down from Yarm, we have Star Club in red. They've just entered the 250 metre screen, and the red boys on 250 metres. They're very. We're just saying there are big gaps in this division. So the front crews have pulled away, and successively pulled away from each other, and then we're starting to go back to the crews that are bunched up together. So Star Club, Alexander Barker stroking down towards the finish now. The last 10 strokes. It's good to see. Good to see them giving the effort there. And here we come now, King's College School Boat Club, stroked by Nicholas Groom, coming down in the 250, and then over on the far side, lane 4, that's Henley Rowing Club A, Tom Leopard, stroking that one. So that's Henley Rowing Club coming down towards the finish. That's stroked by Tom Leopard, and then they should be being followed by Kingston, and they are, but at a distance. But Kingston identifiable kit, lovely red and white hoops. They're coming down. Kingston Rowing Club stroked by Arno Leighton, and they're behind them. Casper Biddle is stroking the Kew House School Boat Club, and then Bodie Todd is Great Marlow School following them. So Kingston Rowing Club coming down towards the finish, and then with the green blades behind them, Q House just going across the last 250 metres. And on screen you'll see Kingston Rowing Club there coming towards the line, and another Kingston coach on the red bike. It's good to see. Q House coming down towards it as well. So they'll be next to finish. And then there's a remarkable gap. So either they've got some big gaps between these crews on the start, or they are being incredibly quick down the course. I'm not sure which it is.
I know, it's terrifying.
Some of these kids weren't alive.
Yeah, most of them.
So in the 250 metre mark, we have Great Marlow School as 277. That's Bodie Todd stroking that one. And behind them, Oliver Stewart from Wallingford that you can see on screen. They are way behind, but they look like they're gaining. So I suspect they've got big gaps between these crews when they start to avoid contact. There has been no overtaking whatsoever, and the gaps are huge. So Wallingford coming down towards the finish, Oliver Stewart's boat, followed by Brentford Boat Club with Sam Hughes, then Clare's Court with Charlie Cox stroking it. Not coxing it, but stroking it. And then in the distance, there's a Marlow crew, which will be Will Hampton's, and then Theodore Tan's Maidenhead crew. But these are coming down ever so gently. And then there's a very good cricketer stroking the Tiffin School Boat Club in Jack Hobbs. And the last two boats will be the Lee with Thomas Minns Green and King's School Ely with Sam Tagger. But they haven't got to the 1,000 metre mark yet. So these are absolutely coming down in order. I think the gaps between these at the start have been vast. Just to give you a bit of background, the Wintec Junior Sculling Head that we held in March it attracts 3,000 juniors from not only home crews but overseas as well, and schools, of course. And it does 2 legs of 1,800 metres on this course, and then the fastest cumulative time wins each division. And that was the race that started. And Brentford crossing the finishing line there, followed by Clare's Court. So it's Brentford, stroked by Sam Hughes, and Clare's Court, stroked by Charlie Cox. And the Scullery head used to be on the river at Henley, and it's a really great thing to see all the crews coming up the river. But this year, and it has been for some years since we had the really wet winters, it's been on the course here at Dorney. The winners' fastest open junior crew were Windsor Boys, and the fastest women's junior crew were Hartbury University and College. And then, of course, this regatta I don't need to explain to you, but I do need to explain to you that there's a merchandising stall where you can get names, t-shirts and hoodies, and they're at the merchandise stand right next to the boathouse. So do get in there early, otherwise they'll all be gone. And then in the red, we have Marlow coming down. That's Will Hampton's crew on the finish line. Behind them, crossing the 250 metre mark, Maidenhead Rowing Club A, and that's Theodore Tan's crew. They'll be at the finish shortly. And then there's actually a bit of a race going on, because I think the Lee are overtaking Tiffin, and I've recognised Tiffin with the white bits on their blades at last, but the Lee in orange have overtaken them and are coming down. You can see them now 250 metres from home in the red boys, with the Lee leading. There's actually been an overtake in this division. That Lee crew does look smart, and I suspect we'll see them in or around the A final. Scullery merchandise I was talking about, do go and get those. You can have online orders even if they're sold out. But they also have a wide range of bandit kits from water bottles to jackets, all sorts of stuff. And I believe they used to have Scullery beanie hats and all the things for winter as well. So do enjoy yourself, spending lots of money at the stall. So the Lee popped up with their time, third fastest of the J14 quads. They did look good. Well done, chaps. And then we just have King's Ely to come down, who are having a little wobble on screen for us. And we're seeing syncopated rowing because they've just wobbled into the boys. But they've picked it up again and have joined together as a crew. And they're coming down now, stroke gamely from 2. They're coming down towards the finish. And actually we're back onto syncopation. It's not hitting a buoy. I'm sorry, it's just their natural style. Here they come down towards the finish. Every man for himself, that's what I say. So we have now the women's J14 quad sculls coming down into the last 250 metres. Led down by Buell Bridge Rowing Club with Madison Coward stroking. So Maddie keeping us ahead. They've drawn away from the next 2 boats. Henley Rowing Club with Emily Weeks stroking. Look to be having a bit of a tussle with Headington, stroked by Mary McMaster. And in fact, Headington looked like they may just catch Henley before the finish line. That Headington crew is very, very good. And I know Buell Bridge has stretched out in the lead under no pressure whatsoever, but I have a feeling that Headington will be in the A final, looking at this. Henley don't quite look in the same class as Headington, I'm afraid. They've got discrepancies, but they're still moving the boat well, but it's not nearly as tight and unified. But Headington just sailing through inexorably. There's nothing they can do to change that outcome. Well done, Headington. Nice bit of sculling there. Then, over the line, there go Headington, crossing just ahead of Henley. And then the next crew down into the the yellow boys in the orange kit is Lee Rowing Club, stroked by Alison Burbidge. That's a very nice boat as well. Not quite as quick, or appearingly not quite as quick as Headington, but they're making good time down the course. And then we have Weybridge and Falcon and Guildford coming on the next 3 crews. I think they've done the big gaps again. We're not getting so much overtaking here. So that's Falcon are looking very good. That's really good. Oh, there's a bit of a disaster in the lee. They've had a shipwreck. and unforgivingly, they're joining in, trying to pick it up after they've had a crab. They haven't managed it. They've just got the time together now. No, she's done it again. When you catch a crab, you have to join in with the others, not set off on your own. That's the secret here. And by setting off on her own, there have been 3 more crabs. Sorry about that. Stop coaching. Weybridge ladies coming down with Abigail's Swain pole, followed by the Falcon, looking very good. Stroke there by Jennifer Ross with the stern loader cocks. They come over the finish line. And then behind them, Walbrook coming down into the Red Boys in solitary isolation. And they should be being followed by City of Bristol in the dark green. And then behind them, Trafford. So Walbrook here, Mabel Jones stroking. They're rowing very well together, strong crew. They just don't look to have quite the power of a couple of the Headington crew and the first crew down. That was Buell Bridge. He says, struggling to remember, don't get old. So City of Bristol coming down in the Red Boys at the 250 metre mark. They look a smart crew. Cox sitting up to get a good view and shouting encouragement to the crew ahead. It's always good to see. And then behind them, a long way behind them, is Trafford. So as Bristol exit the 250 metre screen and go down towards the finish, it's a while before Trafford get into the Red Boys. There's Bristol crossing the finish line, and Trafford are not yet at 250 metres from home. So they've opened up a big old gap there. So into the Red Boys now. We have crew 292, that's Guildford Rowing Club. And with the hat on, and sorry, it's 296 Maidenhead. So yes, Guildford are leading Maidenhead with the hat on. So it's Scarlett French's boat. Have made some good headway up, catching up with Phoebe Burgess from Guildford, unless there are a few boats didn't start. I'm looking for Walbrook, Bristol and Trafford. I think they might be missing, especially if the next boat is Brentford, which is 297. Harriet Owens just coming into the Red Boys. I think we got some late starters in that little group there. So Brentford Boat Club, Harriet Owens coming into the shot now and into the Red Boys. That's Brentford Boat Club coming down in order. The next crew down is green, that'll be Barn Elms. With Zara Creed stroking, and then 2 boats away I can see red. And I should have Molesey, Henley, then Walton, and then Wallingford. So the red crew will be Wallingford. There are a lot of crews missing here. Yeah. So entering the Red Boys now, Barn Elms. We're confident with them. That's crew 298, Zara Creed. And then Henley Rowing Club, Emma Grote stroking this will be the next boat down. So we're missing Molesey. And then there's a red boat behind them, which I think is going to be Wallingford with Charlotte Sudbury stroking. So Walton are missing. So I think we're going to have a lot of stragglers running out of order in this, which means it's going to be fun and games trying to work out who they are. So following Henley down the course, Henley will be coming into the Red Boys very, very shortly, is a Molesey crew who we were ahead of them. They started ahead of them. That's Rosa Anderson stroking the Molesey Boat Club crew, and they've been overtaken by Henley while romping along then. That's Emma Grote. So signs of life in the J14s. It's good to see that the Henley women, and there's Jeff on the bike coaching them and offering the odd word of encouragement. That's a familiar face for many people from around the bit of river here. And then in the 250-metre boys, that's Molesey with pink, easily identified Molesey kit, black and white, with pink. Actually falling apart just whilst they're on the screen. Now, if they could row together, they would go a little quicker. I don't want to be too cruel, but that's the secret of this game. And you cannot have everyone fighting their own rhythm. But there's a lot of confusion in this boat as to who's stroking, if you don't mind my saying so. So that's Molesey coming down towards the finish. And I wish them the very best of luck, but they could get better one day. That crew looks like Walton coming down. That'll be crew 301, stroked by Charlotte Henderson. They're coming down in an interesting order now. But that's Walton Rowing Club in screen for the 250 metres mark in the Red Boys, if you're watching for the bank. Walton Rowing Club due to come down. They look ready to race. Those guys can scull, and they should be here sculling well and enjoying their day out. This is what it's all about, to actually enjoy the racing, not to have a horrid day. Right, at around about 1,000 metres, I've just seen the Wallingford crew. They're rowing down the bank and not racing, so I'm not quite sure what's going on with them. And in the yellow boat coming into the 250 metre mark, that's Hereford Cathedral School, stroked by Lola Wyatt. And they too are having a good day. They're really sculling well together. And then in the distance there's a blue boat, which looks like it might be it's very good. It looks like a boys' crew coming down. It looks that powerful. But the Wallingford crew were definitely limping down in lane 7 at the bank, under the bank, round about 1,500 metre mark. So they're on the way back. Unfortunately not able to compete today. Can't quite see who this blue boat is. It's a quad. It's coxed. If it's a quad and it's coxed, it must be in this division. So we'll just try and find out who it is. In the blue and white boat in white kit with dark blades. If it's 304, it's Yarm. We think that's Yarm? They're coming down way out. There's been some chaos up at the start, I'm assuming. So they're getting their row down now, all on their own, which makes it even harder. But they'll be down and they will get a time. And I wish them the very best of luck, because that is a very lonely row for a time trial with nothing around you but water. And we've worked out what's coming down the course now. We have some more quads from the women's J14 quads. It's definitely cocks, it's definitely a quad, it's definitely women, and it's Tideway Scullers. This is crew 305, stroked by Grace Rosenbauer, and I presume all those who were late or unable to start in the proper order were marshalled together, and they've been set off in a bunch, and we can see 2, 4, 6 more boats coming down. We'll try and spot them as soon as we can. There's a 7th boat coming down, which is a very broken Wallingford quad with only 3 people sculling and bow sitting with the blades folded across the boat. One assumes that might have had part of the delay in racing. But that's Tideway Scullers, that's crew 305 coming down towards the finish. On the 250 metre mark you can see the Wallingford boat. And then 306 is coming down, that's King's School Ely in the light blue at the 250 metre on the red buoys. And we've got a Tiffin crew in lane 4, they're just entering the red buoys. And I'm assuming in dark it'll be Tormead again from Darcy Cogswell. So we've got King's Ely who've just gone through. That's stroked by Lottie Bowes. Melanie Norris is stroking the Tiffin crew that's in shot on 250 metre mark, followed by Tormead, stroked by Darcy Cogswell. And they're coming down towards the last 250 as well. And we should have 2 more boats, which could well be Great Marlow and King's Canterbury. There's a black crew and a white crew, which means that King's Canterbury will have overtaken Great Marlow. But they're still 300 yards away, so let's not rush our fences. Coming down now towards the finish, we have the 2 dark coloured crews. So we have Tiffin on the far side, who've actually got Tiffin coloured blades with the blue and red, and then Tormead just catching up with them on the finish in the very dark kit. They've just crossed the line now. And then King's School Canterbury, who were the last boat in the division, have overtaken Great Marlow School Boat Club. So that's Amelia Frost at King's Canterbury and Bea Begley stroking the Great Marlow School. And they're coming down towards. And there's still another quad somewhere down by 1750 metres. Actually, no, further than that. In red. We can't quite spot who they are. That might be Marlow A, stoked by Maya Kerbis. I haven't seen her come down. That's crew 309 at a guess. So, as of course the identification number is folded over nicely to make identification harder. So coming now there towards the finish, it's King's Canterbury, Great Marlow School coming down the last red buoyed section, and Marlow Rowing Club in the distance. Coming down, weaving an interesting course, let's say. They're sculling neatly together, given that, but they are turning corners. I've got my glasses on, but they are... Something's happening in that boat because it's veering left and right and rolling. But the blade work is actually together. Something's happening. But they're making good progress.
Ready to move off, please. Ready? 3, 2, 2, up you go. Nice and light, ready. Nice and light, ready. Nice and light. ready to move off, please. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it.
So we have coming down in the last 250. That was Hartbury University just crossed through. This is the Open J17 and Open J18 time trial. So this is the Open J18, the older boys. Hartbury University, Alexander Judd coming down towards the finish, followed by the Lee with Mieszko Watson stroking that one, followed by Leander in a red boat. Okay, Leander in the red boat, and Alexander did a scarlet stroking that one. So the Lee coming down, and then the orange boat, you can see that's the Leander crew. This is the Open J18. And then behind them we got Trentham, who looked to be holding pace with Leander. Actually, Leander do look quite good. They haven't been quite on the boil this year as far as I've seen at regattas, but that looked like a good row. Trentham going along well. They're not disturbing the water at all as they go along somehow. They're just floating along really nicely. Then they're followed by the Windsor Boys School, recognisable with the white caps, who of course are sculling well. Let's not say any more. And then behind that we have the yellow boat of Buell Bridge with Harry Tyrrell Clark stroking it, and behind that Hinks's Sculling School in light blue with James Ely Ford. Then it's going to get messy. We have several boats together. We should have Tiffin, RGS High Wycombe and Walton. Walton are in lane 4 and they've overtaken both Tiffin and RGS High Wycombe, I would suggest. So we have Walton with Jake Hefferman coming down next after the Hinks's Sculling School. So that's Walton just coming to the 250 metre boys. Then we'll have Tiffin with George Boyd, and then we'll have RGS High Wycombe with Joseph Smith. I might be wrong. No. RGS High Wycombe have overtaken Tiffin. There we go. So Joseph Smith's RGS are chasing the Walton boat. So those are the two faster boats. And then come a very disheartened Tiffin School crew with George Boyd, because they've been overtaken on either side by faster boats. Next boat down is Marlow with Toby Shadbolt. Then should be City of Cambridge with Max Wyszkowski stroking that one. And they should be followed by the Lee with Adam Driesel. Yes, Driesel, that'll be Adam Driesel. So Lee Rowing Club B. So they've got some good scullers at the Lee at the moment. They're really looking promising. So City of Cambridge coming down towards the finish here. That's
Landing comes, please. 344, 346, Manual comes. So 343, Warrington, ready to move on, please. Are you ready?
so the Lee just coming down towards the finish, and they're being followed by the American School in London with a little bit of orange on their kit, stroked by Ollie Grad. Then we have Scullers and Scullers. So we have Nicholas Soboshek and Bede Lomas in the two Scullers boats, 327, 328, and they're still in order. And I would suggest that the first crew has pulled away from the second crew. So Tideway Scullers A, in fact, is called, and Tideway Scullers without a letter, so we'd call it vanilla, look to have been left behind a little. Behind them we got Blue and Blue with Weybridge in the blue boat with two shades of blue on their kit, and behind them a big B on their back for Sir William Borlase. Thomas Hodek will be stroking that one. So the Weybridge crew is Charles Battle, or Battelle. He's stroking the boat. Reading Boat Club, Rowing Club rather, following Sir William Borlase, have overtaken Brentford. So Freddie Armour in Brentford's been passed, but Cameron Rayburn has managed to do some overtaking.
Scullers, ready to move off, please. Scullers, off you go.
So entering the 250 metre mark now, that's the Borlase crew. That's Thomas Hodeck coming down. He'll be followed by Reading Rowing Club with white with the diagonal blue stripes, which you can just see now in the red boys. And then Brentford, the 3-2-3-3-4 Hereford have overtaken. They're doing really well. If that's, yes, that's Hereford on the far side, and then Marlow Rowing Club on this side. So in red is Marlow, Hereford on the far side doing really well, and then in white at the background, I think that's Brentford, who have been rowed out of this by a lot of people. And then there's another Marlow Rowing Club with Ben Sage stroking. So that Hereford crew, sorry, crossing the line now, we've got not Brentford, it's William Borlase. We've got Marlow Rowing Club, but then Hereford, who've been overtaking everyone. That's stroked by Oliver Sudol. We'll see him in the A final, I would hazard a guess. Then Walton Rowing Club are coming down, and we have the poor chap, Freddie Armour from Brentford, who's had a really bad day. So entering the 250 metre mark now, we've got Walton Rowing Club. There they are with the tricolour blades. That's Torrin Kirby stroking that one. Will be followed by Mulsey with Josh Cheney. There's some distance behind. That's Mulsey just coming in the black boat into the last 250 metres. And then we'll have, so William Borlase, they're not in red, are they? So that is, oh, it's Borlase with red shoulders, got you. So that's Will Andrew. These are all the J17s as well. From Marlow, who were overtaking people left, right and centre. They were the first of the J17s, as were Hereford Cathedral. So those two are going to be in the A final, guaranteed for the J17. They're brilliant. Then Mulsey just coming down towards the finish, followed by Sir William Borlase A with Will Andrew. So Josh Cheney just crossing the line with Mulsey. Will Andrew from Borlase coming down. And then we've got City of Cambridge, Burton Leander and City of Bristol. So they are actually in that order still. City of Cambridge with the yellow and red hoops around the middle. Jack Bottomley just coming down ahead of Burton Leander with Tristan Shaw, and City of Bristol, Alex Roberts bringing up the rear of this division.
363, Randy Carr, Warrington, nice start, sitting in your aid, ready to move off, please, Warrington. And Warrington, both together, paddle. 364, Henley, your next up. Ready to move off, please, Henley. And Henley, go. You go. Your Kingston, your next up, sitting ready. 365, on to my instruction. And 365, paddling together, paddle. Randy Hereford, nice quick turn, good stuff. Randy Hereford, Randy keep coming. Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. And Hereford, 366.
So we have a very short gap. We'll try and get you some results shortly because the J18 doubles are on the way. We can see them. The first crew down will be Warrington. I just want to give a quick mention to some of the companies that are helping to fund this event and the Scullery. We've got Awesome, and they give sales a second life by making lots of handmade equipment from old sailcloth. And they've been doing that since 2010, and they do some fantastic bags which are waterproof because the sailcloth is good. They're robust and wear well, in my experience. They don't leak, and you can do anything with them. They love it. And then we've got Kangaroo, who actually have the top level boats for entry level prices. They've got a fleet of boats. Oh gosh, they're taking a fleet of boats to Bled for the World Masters, which will save you all the bother of transport should you want to use those. The boats can also be available for hire at all major UK events this season. So visit Kangaroo over on the trade stands, and they'll be there to help you. Yeah, Eric will be there, or Dave James. They'll help you out. They're really nice blokes, and they do an awful lot of good for rowing. So it's good to see them supporting this event. Please go and see them, see their stand, and help support them.
Boys, we're going to put 4 minutes in between the end of this one, next one coming in there, okay? We're going to bring them in there.
Right, we have crews hoving into view now, coming down towards the last 250 metres. You'll see them on the bank on the far side, led off by Warrington with Maisie Brittles stroking. This is the women's J18 doubles. Maisie Brittle stroking for Warrington A, and then Sir William Perkins chasing them down. That's Elizabeth Robinson, but I don't think they've made much headway. But those two crews do look like they've pulled away from the pack behind. Hartbury will be the third crew down, but there's a long gap there before Daniela Regocate can actually get down. They've been left by these first two crews. So Warrington and Sir William Perkins looking very promising for the A final here. So Warrington, they were racing yesterday. They were really good. They were in the A final in the open events. Brilliant bit of sculling. Really nice together. And then Sir William Perkins don't seem to have quite the same firepower, but they're making the boat move really well. As Warrington crossed the line, and then Sir William Perkins, they've finished, and they're just over a second apart. Warrington having just opened up a little bit of gap. And I'm guessing Hartbury, who are coming in the 250 metre mark now and onto the Red Boys, with Daniela Raducate, I'll get the name soon. So they are the red boat, that's Hartbury University. I'm guessing they'll be away behind the other two. I'm terribly sorry, this is Great Marlow School coming through. These will be in the A final too. They've overtaken 3 boats. Their people didn't start. These are looking really promising. The boat's moving well, and I think they have done some overtaking. So behind them, St Peter's School in the brown kit. That's Sophia Corcoran stroking them. Welcome down from York, God's own county. It's good to see Yorkshire represented here. And then we have Canford. Canford with Freya Coop. Was that Coupe? I'm not sure. Freya Coop stroking the Cranford crew as they come down, followed by Tideway Scullers with Isabella Tinsley. And these gaps look actually remarkably consistent here. So I'd say that they've all got very similar times. It'll be interesting to see who comes out on top. We're hoping to see someone in yellow for Christchurch. And there they are, Sophie Hobby. In the last 250 metres, just started in, followed then by Kingston in the red and white hoops, and it should be Derby Rowing Club, as opposed to Walton, coming down in the next crew. So we've got Christchurch, stroked by Sophie Hobby, the Kingston crew on the screen now, and again the boys is stroked by Isabella Sanford, and the Derby crew just behind them with the white boat is stroked by Alice Shaw. So coming down towards the finish now, that's Christchurch in the 250 metres. Kingston coming down. We see Derby and Hinksey on the 250 metre mark, and Kingston just coming down towards the finish. So there we go, with Derby having a little wander across the course. And Hinksey following them down in light blue. That's Sophie Fletcher stroking that one. And then there's a Tiffin crew, hopefully, and Trafford Rowing Club. And they're having a bit of a tussle here with Jessica Dean of Trafford, therefore outpacing Phoebe Oatridge of Tiffin as they come down towards the last bit of the course. Tiffin are in lane 4. And Trafford are in lane 3, Trafford being the overtaking crew nearer the bank, and Tiffin have just had a shipwreck. They fought the boys, and the boys won, I'm afraid. So that's cost them 3 lengths at least, because they were level when they hit the boys. That is quite some wallop of the boys. So behind that, we have a bit of a race going on here with 3 abreast, with Trentham, Marlow and Warrington all trying to get through. Marlow's the middle of the 3 crew in red, and then they're on screen now, and on the far side is Trentham, and on the near side, so in lane 7, is Warrington. Warrington, if you remember, did really well in the other sculling events, and they are the ones that are overtaking. So Trentham started first, Marlow started second, and Warrington third, and Warrington have caught up almost all the way on the other 2 crews. And here's the Warrington crew. Sorry, obviously this is the Warrington crew in light blue, and they're followed by 364 Henley crew. So Alexandra Ferry for Warrington is holding off Daisy Millard of Henley. But Henley have closed the gap a little as they come down towards the finish in the last 250. And then there's another little plug of rowers coming down, with Kingston leading the way, then Hereford. Actually, those are Green Blades. So that's Kew House. It's Kew House have overtaken Hereford. So Kingston coming down, then Kew House, then Hereford as they come through. So you can see there the red blades and the green blades. So that's Kingston and Kew House. Hereford there have been dropped a bit. So that's Lucy Edwards from Hereford, Imogen Edwards from Kingston Rowing Club, and Roxana Atkinson from Kew House. Then Falcon on this side in the blue, the black and the yellow, close to blue, and Stratford on Avon, who have dark red and black, don't they? That's Martha Baines, and then we should have Kiriana Nepier from Walton Rowing Club. I believe she's the second sister of the family to be rowing here today. And then Scullers having a bit of a tussle over there. That's Walton. So Scullers have overtaken Walton as they come into. So you can see Scullers with the red and yellow have overtaken the Walton crew with the tricolour blades as they come into the 250 metre mark. And that should conclude the double sculls. And there are quads coming down behind them. Other people in the tents, by the way, as we have a little gap before this J18 quads come down. Robin Starr Crafts. He's a southwest-based crafter with handmade jewellery and crafts, lots of rowing-related gifts and jewellery, and has bespoke coloured items to match your club colours. He's over in the commercial area where you can go and buy all sorts of boats and bits. And Felipe are there as well. They, of course, have made the world-famous white and blue shells, which are designed and produced at the company yard in Donoratico. And I remember the wooden Donoraticos with the bar across, and I have the fingernails to show. Stone's throw from the Tyrrhenian Sea in northwest Italy. They've come a long way since the beginnings in 1980 to become one of the Olympic-class rowing boat manufacturers. So do pop along to Felipe and see what they've got there. You can order customised rowing boats, and you can rely on across-the-board service. Their boats are high-quality racing shells to para boats and training and touring and coastal boats. This crew, we're just saying they look good. Of course, it's Windsor boys romping down the course, stroked by Isaac Thornton. That is very impressive. That is immaculate sculling. Ballets are doing really well. They've got the white hats this time, but Windsor boys have speed. over Ball-A's, I'm afraid. That is very, very strong sculling. Needs some blade painting, of course, but I'm sure they've got time between now and then. And we've traded the white caps for green. Very good sculling there from Windsor boys. Very good sculling indeed. Ball-A's coming down now. They're not hanging around at all. They just haven't quite got the same pace, I hazard a guess. We'll see when the times come up, shall we? We have Clare's Court. Tom Josh crew also, they're sculling well. They've stolen 2 of the white caps from the Windsor boys. They're coming down. They haven't pulled away quite as much as the others. So Isaac Thornton was stroking Windsor boys, Finlay Colby the William Ball-A's, and Seb Shaw in the Clare's Court. And then behind them is Marlow Rowing Club with Max Roughton. They're also doing a good job. They're pulling away there from Tiffin. Tom Nelson's crew just entering the 250-metre mark and the Red boys. So these are some very good sculling, some very good bits of sculling. So Tiffin coming down through the 250-metre mark, and then Windsor boys B actually have been left behind. So Tiffin have pulled away from the Windsor boys B, and then there's a bit of a gap behind Windsor B to Yarm, and then again to, should be Marlow, but they're not wearing red. Kingston Rowing Club are there, right behind Windsor boys B is Kingston Rowing Club, then Sideways Shovers, and then someone in Marlow, Yarm and Marlow. There we go. So Windsor B coming down towards the finish. I'll lay bets they'll be, if not in the A final, the B final. And we can just see that Windsor boys were 6 seconds ahead of Ball-A's in that row. Ooh. That's 2 boat lengths. Wow. Okay, so Windsor boys B have just finished. Kingston Rowing Club A going through the 250-metre marks with Tideway Scullers. So Kingston being stroked by Jack Taylor. Reuben Tinsley and the Scullers trying to track them down. And then Yarm School behind with Isaac Akoa coming down. And Marlow are chasing them. That's Henry Curzon. Marlow B is stroking. They're trying to catch up with the Yarm School. Yarm look very, very precise here. Well, that's the commentator's curse. Yarm have just hit the boys. They were looking quite promising, and then they've gone down the boys, clipped one and walloped the second, and that stopped them dead in the water. And I'm afraid that's their weekend ruined. Behind them, Marlow now trying to overtake them. A good recovery from Yarm. They got themselves off the boys and they set off without hesitation together. That's actually very disciplined, but they'll be very cross. They're going to hit the boys again, I'm afraid. They were saved by the line. Yarm didn't clip the last boy. So we have Maidenhead coming down now, who look to have overtaken Marlow. So Leo Davis from Maidenhead will be a happy boy, and Henry Curzon less so, as those 2 crews now on screen and coming down the red boys. Maidenhead on green in lane 4 are overtaking Marlow in lane 5 in red. But of course it's given Marlow that spur to go a bit quicker, so they're having a bit of a battle down the last 100 yards. And Marlow ever so close to those boys. Whoa, they're going over them. A lot of steering happening just at the end. When they get tired, sculling boats tend to go fairly straight on their own. And the quads, of course, there is a chap with a rudder attached to his foot. But when you lose concentration at the end, when everything starts to crumple, that's when you've really got to think about where you're going. Oh, in the last 250 again, we have another Kingston crew here. This is Sebastian de Laurent Castellet stroking, and Hartbury tracking them down, stroked by Sam Humphrey. And then Tideway Scullers coming down with Ed Metcalf stroking, with Kingston just holding on to their position. I just love the name Sebastien de Laurent Castellet, stroking the Kingston crew admirably, and Hartbury University Sam Humphrey overhauling them as they get to the finishing line. And then Scullers in the red boys, not that far behind. That's Ed Metcalf's team. And then there's a bit of a gap to the Grange School. And that's Dan Leather stroking down the court. So this is Grange School coming down towards the finish, followed by Oundle, stroked by Ed Sherwin, and then City of Cambridge nearer the camera and further away from the spectators. Arthur Swallows with the yellow band round his chest. So we have Grange School coming to the finish. Oundle School holding off the challenge from City of Cambridge. Sir William Bourlays, stroked by Charles Davies. Thank you so much, Charles. They're coming down towards the finish. They've pulled away from Walton Rowing Club quite some distance, and Walton are being challenged by King's Worcester. So Walton stroked by James Cobbett, and King's Worcester by Bentley Lawrence. So Walton coming down towards the finish now. That's really strong finish there from them. And King's Worcester chasing them hard. Yep, that's Bentley Lawrence stroking those. And then we have the Grange School coming into the last 250 metres, stroked by Josh Whiteman. And then there's a little gap, and we look back for King's Worcester and Moncton Combe School, who are having a real dust-up here. Moncton, actually, there's the crew coming through in red and blue and white. That's Moncton, isn't it? They look quite swift. They're really looking good. They're overtaking King's Worcester. So that's Freddie Goodwin's crew and King's Worcester being overhauled by Toby Johnson and the Moncton Combe crew. But they look like they're shifting. They might even make the A final with this row. That looks impressive. And then we've got Hinksey Sculling School, Brentford Boat Club, Hinksey Sculling School and Dart Totnes bringing up the rear. And I've got a fear for Dart Totnes as the division behind may catch them.
Brentford, you're next up. Brentford sitting ready to move. To your backstop. Are you ready?
So there we have Hinksey Sculling School just coming down the last 250 metres. And Brentford Boat Club crossing the line. Hinksey Sculling School in the last bit of the Red Boys. That's Bertie McCawken. Elliot Edgar was stroking Brentford Boat Club. Easy for him to say. And Dart Totnes are coming there with the last boat down, and that's stroked by Ed Hill. So there's Hinksey Sculling School coming down towards the finish line as Dart Totnes show themselves in the Red Boys in the last 250. And that brings us on to the women's Junior 18 quads. leading the way down here is Wycliffe College and Hartpury University, and this looks like a much more closely fought race. I was going to say there's no obvious gap being opened up by Wycliffe, and it does look like Hartpury have closed the gap a little bit, and behind them it looks like Marlow. No, Scullers were ahead of Marlow. They all started in different lanes. So Scullers are holding station. Marlow have caught a bit up on them, and all those four have pulled away from the next crew, which is Maidenhead, in my humble estimation. So coming down now towards the last 400 metres, last 300 metres even, we got Wycliffe. Really nice blade work. I mean, that is impressive. That is a beautiful bit of sculling. Hartpury are no slouches, and actually Hartpury looked more powerful, but Wycliffe just looked to be going over the water so smoothly, so quickly. It's effortless. So Wycliffe coming down now in the red boys. Very smart bit of sculling. Very tidy. Daisy O'Reilly stroking that one. Behind them, Hartpury. Equally quick, I would suggest. Equally quick. Not quite as pretty, but much more powerful. A stroke by Rosemary McGregor. Scullers actually being overhauled by Marlow. That's Kate Colohan's Scullers crew. Nearer to the camera, nearer to the tower, and the Marlow crew, stroked by Alice Moss, nearer to the crowd, definitely coming up level with them as they come down towards the last few hundred yards, or actually the last few strokes. Well sculled from Marlow. Wycliffe at 6:45 seconds ahead of Hartpury University. It'll be interesting to see Marlow, the fourth one. Scullers have come up. Actually, whoa. Marlow are really quick too. Marlow are the quickest. They've beaten the Wycliffe time. Wow. And then we have Maidenhead rowing all on their own. Coming down, that's Amy Street. As they come through the 250 metre mark down towards the finish. No one around with them either side. No one ahead of them, no one behind them. So they're really going on their own. But that looks like a nice bit of sculling too. Be interesting to see what their time is when it pops up. Across the line. Now that's a very good bit of sculling from Marlow in solitary isolation. They're the fifth fastest so far, so they have a chance of staying in the A final. But we need two crews to be quick in the midst of the other crews, and they're out, I'm afraid. But that looks like an impressive bit of rowing there from Marlow and Wycliffe. Marlow 5 seconds quicker than the Wycliffe crew. So Sir William Borlase, Amy Clark stroking as they come down the last 250, and they should be being followed by Marlow. Get the Marlow B, stroked by Brodie Kennedy. They're the crew in red at 250 metre mark, crossing the finish line. Sir William Borlase, Amy Clark's crew. We'll see where they come. They're the sixth fastest, but quite some way behind. There's a 16-second gap if the fifth fastest. So Borlase crossing the finish line. That's Amy Clark's crew. Sorry, that's Marlow. Marlow crossing the finishing line. That's Brodie Kennedy. And then we have Oundle, Joanna Hindmarsh. So you wait for a long time to get a crew from Oundle, and two come at once. It's good to see. That's a nice bit of rowing there from Oundle. And then Yarm, stroked by Poppy Bell, following down. And then we should have Kingston, and then another Hartpury crew.
Leander, bring yourself round, get ready to move off, please. Nice and quick, please, Leander. Leander, you need to accept your name, that's it.
So Yarm coming down past the finish now. Nice bit of sculling there. And they've got a real gap behind them.
Leander, off you
before Kingston come into view. Harriet Snow stroking those, and behind them they've got Hartbury, the B crew, stroked by Evie Jenkins. And the distance behind. So Kingston coming down through the last few strokes. They'll be on the finishing line shortly. Hartbury University with Evie Jenkins stroking them, coming down. And then in the shot here for the 250 metre mark, they've got the Lee Rowing Club, stroked by Sam Gosling. I wonder if she's Terry Gosling's daughter, granddaughter. I'll put a shilling on that one.
Hereford round it come, nice and quick on that left lane, right lane even, off you go then, and Hereford, when you're ready, off you go. Hereford, off you go. Start to have your the next one up, you keep eight, nice and quick, round you go. Same with you, Marlo, round you go, clear left.
Yeah. So in lane 4 now, we're looking at Bedford Rowing Club coming in the last 250 metres in the red boys. We've only got half a dozen more crews to come, but I think we skipped a couple there. So Bedford Rowing Club, we've lost a ball age crew, 413. It's Brentford coming down. That's Thea Collier stroking. They've got a little way to go. They're just coming into the 250 metre boys and the red boys, and then we've got Hereford Rowing Club with Lola Jones and Lola Jones stroking this one. It says here. I take it they're twins. So Brentford just crossing the line. Thea Collier's cruise, then Hereford, Lola Jones just coming down there. She's at 3 and stroke. And then we have, in the orange boat, Windsor Girls School Boat Club with Sophie Drake. And then actually right, they're in lane 4 in the red boat and just coming into shot, but you'll see them on the far side. There are 2 more boats coming down. There's Walton and Pangbourne, have a real ding-dong of a race. Pangbourne are nearer the camera and further away from the crowd. Walton have the tricolor blades, and Pangbourne have overtaken Walton just before they get towards the finish. So that's a really good bit of sculling from there from Pangbourne. They look to be a quick crew. It'll be interesting to see where they finish in the pecking order. But they've overtaken and they're still going strong. So crossing the line, the orange boat, Windsor Girls School, then Pangbourne, then Walton crossing the line. And we've just got Reading Rowing Club to come down, and we complete the running order for the quads. Juniper King stroking the Reading Rowing Club crew. Anna Mayo was doing the Pangbourne crew.
Get ready.
And we now have the relaxation of single sculls. We have the time trial for the Open J18s and the Open J17s. We have Cameron Mackenzie from Leander leading the way down, followed by Ben Rayner from Marlow and Hamish Gamble from Hereford. And it does look like Cameron Mackenzie has opened a little gap over Ben Rayner of Marlow, but not enormous. So there actually a lot of scullers all of a pace coming down here. There's been no overtaking. But lovely strong sculling towards the finish here from the Leander guy, from Cameron Mackenzie, as he comes down to cross the line. Looks impressive. He's opened a bit of a gap over Ben Rayner from Marlow, who looks slightly more weary, but he's still giving it some beans. Coming down towards the finish, he's giving it his best shot. He knows this is the one row that defines the whole day. And then from Hereford, who's putting in a real sprint finish. Now this is showing grit and determination over the last 100 yards. He's really taken the rating up. He's at 38. That's an impressive little bit of sculling, bit of discipline. Hard man. Then that was Hamish Gamble. We've now got Adam Pritchard coming down from Warrington. He's giving it some as well. And then behind him, we've got Lurven LeBlanc from City of Oxford. And then we have Kieran O'Loughlin from Mulsey coming down behind them. And the gaps between these have been very consistent. So it'll be interesting to see how they go. Cameron from Leander was 3 seconds quicker than Marlow. The Hereford Scullery was second fastest. So Mulsey come in the fourth fastest time. And Warrington was third fastest. So they're all in and around the 7:20 mark. The 7:20 mark, apart from the guy from Leander, Cameron, who was just 3 seconds quicker. And then crossing the line, that's Ivan Kuzmin from Hinksey Sculling School. Then we got Eldar Aliev from Maidenhead coming down. No, that's not Maidenhead. That's Hinksey. Right, so it's Kieran O'Loughlin, crossing the line. Then we got Ivan Kuzmin from Hinksey, Edgar Aliev from Maidenhead. Oh, Peter Masters from the Grange, 432, has shot up through the ranks. That's impressive. He's overtaken Brage Wallace from Lymington of crew 430. And then behind him we've got the turquoise colours of Vulcan, of course, that's Harrison Tyler. Then Maidenhead, that's Eldar Aliev. That is really impressive there from Peter Masters of Grange. And he's gone first, he's the fastest. He is the fastest time of the day so far in the singles. So then crossing the line, we got Alfie Webb of Leander. And then 434 will be Jonah Lenny of Yarm. So next one up, we Jonah Jerry from Yarm School. Had a bit of a gas there, and they're having a bit of a tussle as they come down. So we got Finn Walker of City of Bristol on the lane 4, and then Lawrence Lane of Abingdon on the lane 6. So just ahead that was Alfie Webb of Leander, just hanging on there ahead of Lawrence Lane and Finn Walker. That's a Walton Sculler. So that's Seth Hillis. He's doing well. He's overtaken Clare's Court, or they haven't shown. That's John Ross Allen. And then we have the next one down will be Hereford Cathedral School, Leonidas Morphis from Hereford Cathedral School. And then we'll have George Robb of Star Club and Harry Mahesh of Marlow Rowing Club B. So that's Harry Mahesh from Marlow just in the last 250 metres, coming down towards the finish, and that will conclude the J17 scullers. So the first J17 was Peter Masters. The fastest time of all was a J17 sculler who beat all the J18s. Unofficially, I wait confirmation on that, but I'm very impressed by the way he sculled down. He looked at him a class act.
Okay, move, let's go!
While we have a little gap before the J17 women come down, we need to talk about Rival Kit. It's the new kit on the block, hence their rival. They started only a few years ago, 9 years now, but they're over in the retail therapy park. Ryan Morrison was an Edinburgh University student who realised he rather wanted to get some custom kit. So he started getting it made, and lo and behold, it's turned out to be his life. Rival Kit, very good stuff. They got a lot of performance athletes, a lot of performance kit. They got training stuff, and a lot of waffle they've written about it. But I'm sorry, they do make some good stuff. And if you want to get some discounted kit, that's the place to find it. But they are very good at doing club kit. If your club is looking for a new supplier, otherwise they have stuff that they've made on spec, which you can buy off the stand. But of course, the rival to rival is Crew Room, who are also here. They've been the home of British performance clothing for over 20 years. And they have a stand here, and they do a lot for the boat race. And they're based down on Putney, just by the start of the boat race. So Crew Room's founder was actually an elite rower. She spent 10 years beating herself into a pulp in a rowing boat, but now she makes the kit for everyone else to follow in her footsteps. We'll come on to more later. Square blades are here, as are Rock the Boat. So plenty of kit on the bank there for you to buy. Squander your hard-earned quids on. And we have a film star leading the way down. We have Tideway Scullers, head of the pack, Melanie Griffiths. She's first of the J18 Scullers, followed by Mia Stevenson of Weybridge, who's having a real tussle with Anya Knight of Notts Union. Notts Union in black and red in lane 4, and she's actually now ahead of Mia Stevenson of Weybridge in the lane 5. Meanwhile, in the front, Megan Griffiths actually crossing the finish line, looks very relaxed indeed. But there's a real tussle behind, which will help both of these crews to go a bit quicker. So Mia Stevenson of Weybridge getting a boost from Anya Knight of Notts Union, as she actually has a little rally and pulls back ahead again. That's impressive. Well done, girls, both of you. That's a really good way of actually getting your time down. The first two of those were J18. Anya Knight, of course, was J17. So Nottingham Union, a very good talent there for next year in the J18s. So on the far side, we've got Hereford Cathedral, and that's Nio Davidson. And all the others now are J17. And she's overtaken the Grange School, Holly Andrews. Sorry, that's blue and yellow. And that's Peterborough City, that's Jasmine Cheshire. So Jasmine Cheshire is pushing Holly Andrews from the Grange School. And I cannot see. Four, 5, 1. So we've got Minerva Bath in yellow. Yep, Minerva Bath in yellow over in lane 4. And then Ava Russo from Notts County in lane 6. She's in the green. So the bright green at the 250 metre mark is Nottingham County. That's Ava Russo. Coming down, there's Minerva Bath, Olivia Greenwell. She's sculling well, staying well ahead of the Notts County girl. And then we've got 3 other girls coming down shortly together, which should be Maeve Dunn and Claudia Arias and Alice Pearson of Stratford upon Avon, Marlow and Hinksey Sculling School, respectively. So Maeve Dunn of Stratford is holding herself ahead of the other two. Then we have Marlow, so Claudia Laura's. And then on the lane 4 is Alice Pearson of Hinksey Sculling School, who's done a lot of catching up there. She's right up with Maeve, who started 2 places ahead, and Claudia, who started just the 1 place ahead. So she's pushing Marlow along in her attempt to overtake Stratford. Then we have 2 more scullers coming down, which probably should conclude the scullers for the day. That's Warrington and Northampton. Annabelle Savage from Warrington is ahead of May Harrison of Northampton, who started. Actually, I'm terribly sorry. May Harrison has overtaken Annabelle Savage of Warrington. So she's having a good scull. She actually looks to be going fast as well, so let's see what her time is. That could be interesting. These are the last two scullers coming down towards the finish. There goes May Harrison, and there goes Annabelle Savage. May Harrison has done the third fastest time overall, so she's in the A final. That's impressive when you start right at the back. Well done. Over on the retail therapy, don't forget they've got Square Blades. They're a brand come from Chester. They have rowing-inspired lifestyle brand with a lot of stuff there you can buy, clothing and other knickknacks. Rock the Boat have done designs for donkey's years for regattas, large and small. They did Women's Henley in '89, and they've done lots of artwork. Annabelle Ayres has done so many fantastic designs for some of their kit. Well worth a visit. And Di Binley was the face of Rock the Boat, but she retired a few years ago, and James Lee took over. And he's kept along the tradition, and he's doing a good job to keep Di's hard work foundations up to scratch. Do pop along. They've got all sorts of stuff, and they can brand it and embroider it for you with names on, so to personalise it. We also have Wintec, who sponsored the Sculling Head, of course. They're here. They've got boats and all sorts of stuff. So go along and have a look at the racing equipment, see what they've got. And then they've got King Racing as well with 4s and 8s. Gosh, we've got King Racing and NK Sports and Rowing SUP, which is founded by Wintec Racing, of course. And they say they're the world's largest producer of rowing boats. So they have stand-up paddleboards, compatible rowing gigs to get more people into paddling on the water. And we've not finished there, there's more to come, so I warn you now. So, we've got the octuples. It's always good to see the octuples when there's not a crosswind at the start. So we've got the J14 Coxed octuple sculls charging down the course. The first crew to set off was Brentford. The first crew to arrive at the finish will be Windsor Boys with white caps. And actually, when you look at how well they row at the age of 14, it's not surprising they get to be good at the age of 16, 17 and 18. And that's amazing. Really good bit of sculling there. But how many times have we said that when we see a Windsor Boys crew come down? That is so impressive. Octos are the boat that show up the slightest flaw 10 times over, and it's difficult to spot one. We're just going to sit back and watch this. There you go. One or two little discrepancies as they cross the line, but that's quite well done. And then following them down the course, we have Brentford, who did start ahead of them, but I'm sorry, that was a very quick octuple. Jeez, that was a very quick octuple. Then in bright pink, not to be confused with any other clubs, that's Westminster School. So let's just say Leon Neo was stroking the Windsor Boys crew, Brentford was stroked by Stanley Cooper, and Brentford was stroked by Stanley Cooper. Westminster, a stroke by Ario Forishani, and then followed by Hampton with Ruben Nicholson in the stroke seat, but was quite some distance away. Nice bit of sculling here from Westminster. I wish I could say the same about the kit. It's very bright, but you won't miss them on a dark night, will you? Well done as they come down towards the finish. It's a sculling that counts, and I think they've put up a reasonable time there. They're a little bit behind Windsor Boys. Of course they are. but they've actually done third fastest time so far, 6:56. And there's a little pause as we wait for the Hampton crew to enter. Here we are, they're just entering the Red Boys now. Ruben Nicholson stroking a very nice, tidy Hampton crew as they're building the foundation for the rest of their school boat club. As they progress through the school, these kids from J14 will go on through to be racing. And please, mums and dads, let them carry on through the GCSE years. If they take time off rowing to do more revision, they won't do any more revision. That's my experienced view of boys when you coach them. If they stop for revision, they don't do any more. It's not the rowing that stops the work, but these guys have got a long way to go. Actually, that's a nice bit of rowing there from Hampton, and they've pulled away to a large gap. I suspect actually the massive gaps are caused by the fact they can't get them through the start any quicker. We're blaming crosswind at the start, which is always the nightmare with J14 octos. Dulwich College in black. That's 462. Dulwich College coming down, stroked by Lewis Lund. Looking very competent indeed. Nice bit of sculling there. And then there's another half-mile gap before the next crew, which should be Hampton B, stroked by Seb Mirza. So there's Dulwich just crossing the finish line, and 500 metres out from home, there's Hampton School. I apologise, it's Windsor Boys. I don't believe they can have overtaken Hampton School until I had that gap. So it's Windsor Boys B. Max Kunicki stroking this one. No sign of the Hampton crew. But there's a big old gap. Windsor Boys still haven't got to the 250 metre mark yet. So Windsor Boys crossing the Red Boys now. They're coming down through to the finish. So 2 octos from Windsor Boys in this event at J14. Strength and depth at Windsor Boys. So down towards the finish. There they go, over the finish line. And the next crew down should be Borlays. And they're only 500 metres away, so we'll have a little wait for them. So more fun and frolics over at the Retail Therapy Park. We have Simba Racing, and they bring 2 iconic global brands to athletes and coaches, the SLR Racing and Fluid Design, which share a proud history of constantly pushing the needle. I didn't think needles were allowed. Moving the dial in the relentless pursuit of speed, reliability and comfort. And we believe that cutting-edge design, reliability and unbeatable service should be accessible to any club without breaking the bank. So have a look at these. They're living and working in the Thames Valley. Gavin and the team provide themselves on offering exceptional service to community. And then 776 BC was founded in Melbourne, Australia, by a couple of Olympians with Cameron Mackenzie McCarg and Kate Mackenzie McCarg. I'm guessing they're married, and trusted by athletes around the world, especially on the water. So they've got a range of specialised performance clothing that stands up to the toughest training conditions. So do have a look at that stand, as well as Croker oars. I used to row with Norman Croker many years ago. But Croker oars, they're good to see. Solani boats are always here. They've been made in Italy since 1950, and they pride themselves in building fast, well-built boats that will last. So do have a look at those. And of course, Active Tools. Established in 2002, they produce Cox orbs, performance monitors and rate meters, rigging tools and rowing shoes. They also do telemetry for inside the boats that can be swapped between boats in under a minute. So there you go, stuff you never thought you couldn't live without. All in the Retail Therapy Park. Go and have a look and support the people who are supporting this event. And thank you to all of those people who have business interests here. Haberdashers Monmouth coming down through the last 250, stroked by William Wesolowski. And then another 500 yards, we'll get Clare's Court again. That's Jacques Anthony stroking that one. And that's in the open J14 quads. And they're the last two before we get to the women's J14 quads. And there are a good handful of those, about 15 of those. And then the time trials are concluded. So at 250 metre mark into the red boys, Clare's Court coming down, J14, open J14 quad, I'm talking rubbish, open J14 octuple scull. That's the last of the boys' octuples. And they're making good progress towards the finish, which is lucky because behind them we have steaming down on them the women's J14 quad octuples, and they're not messing about. LEH are down there. First down, straight by Isla Williams. And then guess who's coming second? That'll be LEH again, their B crew, stroked by Artemis Kelly. So the first two boats will be from LEH, and then they're followed by Headington, Putney High School and Molesey. So let's see if that's actually true. There were 3 boats on the course. One is near the 250 metre mark, one is near the 1,000 metre mark, and one is 250 off the start. So there's little chance of overtaking anyone here. So we'll just give you a report as they come through.
Okay, Putney High, as soon as you point the right way off, go please. Pull through please, Putney, on you go.
I'm terribly sorry, this is the last of the boys' crews coming down. King's College School. That's why there's such a big gap. Because these are the last of the boys. Actually, they're not. Haberdashers will follow them down as well. So this is Arav Barathan stroking here from King's College School Boat Club. And then Haberdashers Monmouth will be the next ones. And then that's the reason there's a big gap behind them, because it's a change of division. So King's College A, just crossing the line now. And Haberdashers Monmouth, stroked by William Wesolowski. That should have been the clue. It's a boy's name. He's the last of the boys' octuple sculls coming down towards the finish. And the final open J14 octuple. Haberdashers Monmouth coming down. Is there a crew? And I've got it wrong, it's Hampton. Hampton, they must have been late starters. Seb Mertzer stroking them. So we might have a couple more to come because we haven't seen haberdashers yet.
Okay, Paul, as soon as you're straight off you go, you can adjust your course and speeding, yeah? Okay, perfect. As soon as you're straight off you go, please.
This is the much vaunted women's J14 octuples just started. LEH leading the way, stroked by Isla Williams, followed by LEH leading the way, stroked by Artemis Kelly, followed by Headington School, stroked by Jemima Surtees Dawson. And the gaps are slightly less than they were for the boys. So coming down towards the finish, there's LEH, Isla Williams stroking as they come down, crossing the finish line. That's the first of the crews in the women's J14 octuples. And the second crew to come down will also be LEH, but this one stroked by, Artemis Kelly. I was presented with the name William Kozlovsky, which I knew wasn't right. So Artemis Kelly is stroking this crew as they come through the 250 metre in the red boys. And then there's a little gap, and we get Headington in the light blue. The gaps do now appear to have stretched out to be as far as it was between the boys. So this is LEH's second boat coming down towards the finish. Now, so coming into view in the red boys, that's Headington School. Romping down, Jemima Surtees Dawson stroking the boat. Looks very neat, actually, very tidy. That's a good bit of sculling. And Octo, as we said when Windsor came past, really does magnify the errors enormously. They look very smart, this Headington crew. So we have Putney High School just coming through the 250-metre mark on the red boys. They're, of course, all these crews rowing in solitary isolation, but they are getting a little bit of pressure from Molesey, who have closed the gap on them. Definitely a gap closing here from Molesey. So Anna Boville stroking the Putney crew, who will be fully aware of the Molesey boat coming up, with Bella Ifland stroking. So Molesey making a good fist of this, coming up fast on the Putney crew. So they're through, Molesey in the red boys, and Putney just crossing the line now. And then there's an enormous gap behind Molesey to what is likely to be Sir William Borlase A and B. And B. Sorry, I lie. Sir William Borlase A, Sir William Perkins A, and then Sir William Borlase B. And coming into the red boys in the last 250 metres, Sir William Borlase A, stroked by Aurora Taylor. And they had a bit of a gap ahead of them. There's a gap behind them towards Sir William Perkins A, stroked by Harriet Hobson. So crossing the line there, we have Sir William Borlase A, and going through the red boys, we have Sir William Perkins A. And the timing in all these crews has been impressive, which is always one of the harder things to get right. And then you get the finesse to be introduced as well. And the next crew coming into the red boys in the last 250 metres is the William Borlase B crew, stroked by Sylvie Martin. And they're sculling nicely down in lane 4 in the lovely smooth water towards the finish. And we've got 3 more crews to go. So Sir William Borlase B crew coming down through the boys. Big gap ahead of them, big gap behind them. They're in the white boat, and the orange boat that's just coming to the buoy is Windsor Girls' School stroke by Sarah Rees-Jones. Sadly, Windsor Girls School just had a massive lobster pot on the end of their blade, and she's recovered it and then lost it again. And it's turned over. She's done it. She's got her blade out and she's joined it in time with the crew. That is the perfect way to recover from a crab, is when you set off feeling guilty because you caught the crab, you actually join in with the rest of your crew as they come down towards the finish. Now, that is Windsor Girls School Boat Club, Sarah Rees-Jones stroking there. It's an unfortunate thing to happen right at the end, but it's most likely to happen right at the end when they get tired. And we have their Marlow Rowing Club, stroked by Tiffany Biskers, coming down towards the finish. That's Marlow Rowing Club A, crossing the line, the penultimate crew in the time trials. And in another 500 metres, we will see the final crew cross the line as well. This will be Clare's Court School Boat Club, stroked by Chiara Burnett, or Burnett. And they will come down towards the finish soon. And we're in the last 250 metres here for the last of the octos. This is Clare's Court School Boat Club. It's easy for me to say at this end of the racing. Stroked by Chiara Burnett. They're the last crew down the course. They're rowing through the last red boys coming down towards the finish. And coached by Abby Bird, who's giving them some encouragement as they go past. Last two strokes over the finish line and one more stroke, and that concludes the time trials. Hurrah!
1, 2, 3. You can hear me on the pontoon, right? Thank you. Guys, if you're sitting on the stake boats at the moment, can you just look backwards towards these traffic lights? We're just going to make sure that the red light comes on now, and then the green light and the beep. If it doesn't come on, put your hand up. No? Oh, yours didn't come on, lane 7, is that right? Okay, we're going to do it one more time. Let's do it the other way around. Can everybody a thumbs up if you do see the red light and you do hear the green beep? Thumbs up if you see it. Here we go. Attention. Thumbs up on the red light, everyone. No, still not on lane 7. Okay. And here's the green one. Everybody thumbs back down. Here's the green one. Thumbs up on 7 as well now. Okay. Red light is good on 7. Not the red light, just the green one. Okay.
This is a test start.
Green's fine, it's the red we want to test.
Another test start.
Thanks, mate. The red light's
far end off, on the way out for two.